Members, good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, we welcome you to the regular meeting of April 15, 2025, 7:20 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the regular meeting of April 15, 2015. Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Present.
Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Omar, Councilman Udin, Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Amen. I'm sorry. 7 are present, 2 are absent at this time.
Please continue, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry?
Pray.
Okay, tonight's prayer will be rendered by Minister Ashley Motley of Reborn Deliverance Center, followed by the flag salute by Honorable Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. Minister Motley?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Minister Ashley Motley, and as she stated, I am coming from Reborn Deliverance Center. I am a Paterson native. It's good to see you all tonight. I am here to render the prayer. Before I do that, I would like to read a scripture that is relative. 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land."
Amen.
A moment of prayer. Everyone bow your heads, please. God, we come to you as humble as we know how. We thank you for this opportunity to be amongst the land of the living. God, we ask you to forgive us for everything that we've done, everything that we've said and thought that was wrong in your eyesight. Lord, forgive us. God, we're asking you, even in this setting, to visit us, Lord. We need your presence tonight. God, we're asking that you heal our community, Lord. Heal everyone who is in here who is in need of healing, God. We ask that you give us unity in this community. God, we pray for peace, God. We come against anything that is not like you. Lord, we come against the spirit of depression. We come against the spirit of suicide. We come against poverty in the name of Jesus. Lord, we thank you for giving us another chance. And God, please touch every council person in this room tonight. Lord, touch their minds, Lord, touch their hearts. Let them know that you are there to comfort them, even in their homes, God. Let them return to them as better than they were. Lord, we thank you right now for your anointing. We thank you for your Holy Spirit. We ask all these blessings in Jesus' name, and it is so. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Councilwoman, flag salute. Please remain standing. We're going to now do the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Now we're going to do a moment of silence for those that lost a loved one in our community, and for our troop, and for the great city of Paterson. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Now at this time, we have a presentation by our Councilwoman of the 4th Ward, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I would just like to, I had the opportunity to go to Minister Ashley Motley trial sermon, and it was absolutely outstanding. And she spoke about God would take you through tragedy before you get to triumph. And I can clearly see that for everyone. And I want to say to you, Minister Motley, you did an outstanding job on your initial trial sermon at Rebirth Deliverance Center. And so what I did was I asked her to please give us a song, because we need God up in here. Minister Ashley, it's on you now. Thank you for coming, and thank you for running the prayer for me. It was my turn, the month of April, for the prayer and the salute. Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome. I hope that everyone is blessed by my selection. My soul loves Jesus. My soul loves Jesus. My soul loves Jesus. Bless his name. My soul loves Jesus. My soul loves Jesus. My soul loves Jesus. Bless his name. He's a wonder in my soul. He's a wonder in my soul. He's a wonder in my soul. Bless his name. Oh, yes, the Lord is. He's a wonder, yeah, in my soul. Bless his name. We need you, Lord. I need thee every hour. Oh, Lord, we need you, Lord. Oh, bless us now, my Savior, my Savior. We come, hallelujah, Jesus, we come to thee. Amen. God bless.
Wow.
Thank you so very much, Minister Ashley. As everyone knows, Minister Ashley Motley is a gospel singer. She has performed at Eastside Park with Jamie Bland, Jumpstart National Action Network, and we have it every year at Eastside Park. The last Sunday in August is our Gospel Fest, and it's free. So when you see it come out, please, everyone, come out. Thank you so much, Minister Ashley Motley. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Councilwoman. What a beautiful voice. Let's put our hands together one more time. What a phenomenon. She makes us proud. She makes Paterson proud. Now we have a great presentation for our Councilwoman at Large. Dr. Lily Simmons has a presentation. I know our great Senator, Benji Wimbley, will be joining our Councilwoman at Large. It's great to have our Senator here in the House tonight. It's great to have you, Senator.
Thank you,
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. Is the mic on? It is, okay. Thank you, Council President, to my council colleagues. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you. I have actually two presentations, and they're walking in, so I'll do the first ones first. So for those that know me and those that don't, they know I love our youth. Not just in the city of Paterson, but just all over. I'm a mom and a grandmother. And when I heard about these phenomenal champions from school number 13, under the leadership of one of my good friends, Mr. Sweets, Mr. McCullum, and Johnson, I thought it not robbery that we would bring these champions to the city council chambers and that we would honor them. Let's give it up for our top Dolby NIT champions from school number 13. Let's give it up for them, everybody clapping. And as I call their names, if they will come forward and get a presentation, you'll come this way, shake everyone's hand, take the presentation, and just line up right here, okay? We're good? We're Sweets. Hey, Sweets. Coach Elijah McCullum. And I want to give a special shout out to Sebastian Mejia for reaching out. He knows my soror, Ms. Booker, is a phenomenal principal there, and it's an honor to celebrate our youth. Coach Lamel Sweets. Coach Brittany Johnson. Darlene Standovo. Hey, Sweets. Hi, darling. How are you? Darlene Sandova. Sandoval. Sorry about that. Nair Travis. Great job. Justin Dixon.
Good job, young man.
Not here. Giovanni Henriquez. Jadel Villar. Congratulations. Jadel Villar.
Hey, great job.
Yuri De La Cruz. We can do better than that. These are the youth of the city. Michael Cepedes. Not here. Joshua Betty. Wandell Martinez. Congratulations. Roberto McMahon.
Good job.
Congratulations. Arniel Sepulveda.
Good job. Good job.
Carlos Torres. Kasim G. I thought y'all gonna hit some baskets when y'all walked up, like. And last and certainly not least, Jair Martinez. Did we miss a student? Everyone's name was called? Okay. So we can all stand here. And my commitment suites, I'm going to take these names. Please send me the jacket sizes. I will be sponsoring championship jackets for all of your team. Council members, if we could just take a quick photo.
Let's take a group picture.
Coach Sweets.
God bless. Thank you.
Yes.
You know what the sanitizers are? I don't know what the what? Hand sanitizers are. I don't know what they are. They're packed away.
Especially since they moved everything.
I know.
And so I know we're excited, but we have one more presentation.
Look in the overhead and everywhere. Thank you.
We have one more presentation. If I can have your attention. Come on, brother. Come on, brother.
We have another presentation.
Councilman Velez. So we have, Councilman Velez. We have one more presentation. And I want to call up, I was the sponsor of this presentation, but I want to call up Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Velez, who served as co-sponsors on this item. This item is for, as in the natural, I don't have natural brothers. It is me and my sister. I'm the oldest, but throughout life, God has blessed me to be able to gain many brothers in the community, through different organizations, things I'm a part of, and being a part of the city of Paterson and going to the library, many times I was able to meet, I'm gonna call him a young man, who served faithfully. Anytime there were issues at the library, anytime there was a need for cleanup, removal, sun up to sundown, when we had my extra events, he was there. If you needed a flag for the African American parade or anything going on, he made sure you took care of your sister. You made sure no matter what goes on in life, in this chamber, wherever, you're always texting me, sis, you good? I got your back. You served 28 years in the city of Paterson. But I want to talk about one day when you were in my headquarters. You came in my headquarters and you took my hands and you looked in my eyes and you said, sis, you got this. You're going to win. Can I pray for you? I think this was in 2018. And we've been inseparable ever since. So I want to say to you, even though you're retiring from the city of Paterson, there's no retirement as my brother. There's no retirement in your service. There's no retirement in your heart and the good things that you do for everyone all the time, whether people are looking or not looking. You love people genuinely. And in this day and time, we don't have many people that are consistent and that are authentic. And I want to be able to give you your flowers while you can smell them. So this is a resolution that will honor you, Clarence Anderson, for 28 years of faithful, dedicated service to the city of Paterson. Sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Mims, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilman Velez. Before I give you the mic, I'm gonna have Councilwoman Cotton speak, and then Councilman Velez, and then I'm also gonna call our senator, our great senator, up, because he has a special presentation as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Let me say congratulations to Clarence. Let me just say congratulations to you, Clarence. You gave us 28 years. 28 years. And you're still going to be around. And as Councilwoman Mims said, you at the parades. When I go to the library, whatever I need, you there. You have always been a good heart, a faithful servant. Continue to be that faithful servant for the community. We need people like you to be faithful to the community, and you have shown that, and you will continue, and I know you will continue to do that. So congratulations. I know you're going to retire, but you're going to be right here with us. Somewhere doing something for our community. I know you will be doing that. So once again, congratulations. Enjoy your retirement, and you know you're going to see us again. Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. A lot of us jump in resolution because sometimes they want to jump in resolution and second and third, whatever. But when I jump in this one, it means a lot for me. The library is the second house of a lot of youth and a lot of kids in the city of Paterson. And this young man here take care of all of them coming in and coming out. And if you drive around the public library in the city of Paterson, you can see him outside addressing all those individuals out there doing drugs, prostitution, or whatever. He's the cop in that area. And you know what? When you love the house when you live and you work, while you work, you love Paterson. And he took care of the library in and out. Clarence, I got good experience with you, and I could continue having it. I know where you live. You know that you call me anytime I be there. Yes. So let's just pray for him that the remaining of what he do from the bottom of the heart will be a prosperous one, and God give you health to you and your mom, your family, your sister, sorry.
Councilwoman
God
Mims.
bless you, bro.
Councilwoman Mims.
Before he speaks,
Councilwoman Mims, before our senator speaks, I wanted to take a point of privilege and just say thank you for sponsoring along, with my colleagues. But I had to say a few words as a councilwoman before our senator speaks, with all due respect. I've known Clarence for many, many years, and that passion and love that he brought to the Paterson Library, he also brought to Passaic County Community College. We worked together. I'm saddened that I'm not part of, but that's okay, because it's all about the love here, all right? And I wish you well. You know that you can count on us. You know you have a direct connect with me as well. And I just look forward to seeing you just having a good time, because I've known you all your 30 years working, all right? So thank you for all that you did also at Passaic County Community College and for the city of Paterson. Congratulations, much love.
thank you. And this item was unanimously approved by the City Council. But I want to introduce, you're special when one of the legends come to the City Council. Our great recreational director, my mentor, my big brah, former councilman at large, former assemblyman, and now the first African-American senator in the 35th Legislative District. None other than my big brother, Senator Benji Wimberly.
Good evening. This is indeed an honor. Clarence, if you're in Paterson, you know Clarence. Not just the library, everybody know Clarence.
Everywhere.
And I really love Clarence fits, because when Clarence gets dressed, when he got them light blue shoes on and them suits on, and back in the day when we were younger, these dudes were the dudes. So Clarence, it's a distinct honor to honor you from the New Jersey Senate and the General Assembly. I have a proclamation that is going to be read in the record, and it is signed, and it was sponsored by myself, Assemblywoman Shavonda Sumter, Assemblyman Al Albaziz, and it will be signed by the governor. Yes, Phil Murphy, that's in the proclamation. Senate President Nick Scuteri, and Speaker Craig Coughlin, acknowledging Clarence for his outstanding service to the library for 28 years. So congratulations, God bless.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, brother.
First, I'd like to take this time out. I'd like to thank God. Very emotional evening for me. You're looking at what God can do. Because I want to share something with you. These tears of joy I came to Paterson 28 years ago. My mother, she's watching over me. Her and my sister here, Elder Mary, dropped me off at Eva Village. I was on drugs for over 28, 30 years. Today, through God's grace and mercy, I've been clean 27 years, 160 days. And I want to say something to you, right? I came here, right? I only been to the 9th grade. My mother and Mary dropped me off. I didn't have no clothes, Benji. I had a black and white checkerboard suit. So did, she'd tell you. She said, my mother said, let me take care of you. Let me bring you clothes. I said, no, my God got me. She said, you ain't got no job. I said, God got me. I only been to the 9th grade, right? But I want to thank Mayor Barnes, that's up in heaven. I want to thank him because I came to that man through City Hall and I got put out Eva's Village 1:30 in the morning. But no matter what, I didn't use. Because if I know if I went back to Newark, right, I would have died. But I stayed here and I came to Mayor Barnes. I told him what I went through. He said, go to that library. I said, but I only been to the 9th grade. I said, I got different things that's against me. He said, go to that library. I've been there ever since. And I want to say something, right? Through this journey, right? I have traveled all over many places, Benji, around the world speaking. Through this 27 years, y'all, and 160 days, right? Pam, my sponsor, please stand up, Pam. She has been my support group. I want to thank my family. Can you please stand up? Thank you. Well, thank you, Nancy. And I want to say to the family, right, the Power family, I didn't have nowhere to go, but God would send a stranger in the wee morning hours to cover you. I didn't have nowhere to go. A family that I didn't know took me at 1:30 in the morning, and I've been in their house ever since. I want to do something. I want to present my sister, Dr. Mintz, with something. Can everybody please stand while I give her this, please? Because she deserved this. To my sister, I present this plaque to you with praying hands and the Bible. Present to Dr. Lisa Mintz, Woman of the Year Award. Okay. Woman of the Year Award. Woman of the Year Award. Can we give her a standing ovation, y'all? Woman of the Year Award. You rock. You rock every minute, every hour on the hour. I want to thank you and say thank you for all your love and support from Clarence Anderson. And I'm going to let my sister, Elder Mary, speak my family behalf. Mary, please speak my in the family behalf.
I just thank God. Because my brother Clarence, he was terrible. I'm going to tell you one thing what he did to me. He took my rent, and I had to iron. And we was on the 3rd floor. I let the iron down. But God saved me. He went out the door. I said, Clarence, you know, God saved you. I said, because if this iron hit you, you would have been dead. Mm-hmm. But I'm glad he got himself together. So if anybody is going through drugs, they don't have to go through it. There's too many places to help you. Mm-hmm. So if you got anybody in your family on drugs, don't be embarrassed of them. Help them. Mm. Help them. If you got to take them there, leave them. Don't feel sorry for them. Just leave them there. Okay? Just leave them there. But everybody has somebody in their family who's on drugs. So just help them. Don't feel embarrassed of them. Because that's not helping them none. Just help them, and God will do the rest. God bless you.
This is for you, my CD. Thank you all. And Councilor Lisa Mintz, I spoke a couple months ago. Me and Pam, we spoke to over 5,000 people at the NA convention. Me and Pam, we spoke. The top of us coming to believe that a God greater than you. I want to present my first CD to you from me and Pam. Pam, this is from me and you to her. It's an honor giving this to you. And the rest of the councilmen, we will make copies and give you guys some. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's say, Clarence, come to the middle of the chamber. Let's take a group picture with our great brother.
It's 8 o'clock already.
Oh.
I'm in the picture. You in there? Evie, you got me?
You got me, Evie? For the bum. I'm right in the middle.
Hey, Councilman, how are you?
Good to see you. How's
Good
it
to
going?
see you too. Thank you. I'm well.
Stay compliant first.
Yes, she's done.
No, I haven't done it.
You ain't do it?
No, I haven't done it. We'll jump into the presentation right away. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Councilman Mims, for those two phenomenal presentation. And you know, I think that Clarence, may God continue blessing you, brother. We've been friends since 2010. We became great friends. I remember when I was in front of the library with Victoria Alkendo picking up needles. And every time I passed by the library, I used to see you out there working, cleaning the library in the morning, the front, the back. When nobody see you, you was there. When there was no camera, you was there cleaning the library. I just want to say thank you for your great service in the city of Paterson. We appreciate you, brother. May God continue blessing you, brother. And to the football team, Councilwoman, great presentation. Congratulations to all the honorees, to all the children. We got to work hard. We have to let our children know how great they are. Every single day, we have to put a lot of effort to let our children and teach our children how important they are, how great they are, in order for them to succeed in the society. We have so many great kids in our community. They're phenomenal, great students. But we have to work hard and promote the positive thing that's getting out of our great city of Paterson. So let's start with the meeting. Madam Clerk, can you read the statement of compliance before we start with payment of bills?
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2024-2025, April 15, 2025. It is now 7:47 p.m.
Is the microphone on? We can't hear you.
Yeah, it's on.
You gotta put the volume.
Adequate notice of the meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. One, the annual...
Just give me a minute, Madam Clerk. Rafael, can you put the volume up of the...
Inside the.
It's on.
So the volume, Madam Clerk,
It's
volume, the mic up. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Just speak a little closer to the mic.
Sure. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2024-2025. Meeting date, April 15, 2025. The time is 7:48 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. Number one, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. Two, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrica, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to start with payment of bills. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good evening, Paterson, Council colleagues. We have the summary of disbursements totaling $12,057,745.71. This was a payroll week, which totaled $5,601,758.29. In addition, the computer checks were a total of $6,455,987.42. I do want to make reference that out of the computer checks, the majority of the $6,455,000 were for health insurance for our current employees as well as our retirees, and there also was a $300,000 payment for workers' comp. So once again, the total of summary of disbursements is for the amount of $12,057,745.71. My motion is for payment of bills.
Second.
Motion moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
I don't know. Thank you. Council President, first I want to apologize that I was not at the workshop last Tuesday. As you're aware, I have my brother passed away, so I had to go to Puerto Rico and give him the last. Through the chair, Javier, CFO. Is any payment? And when you answer me back, then I will bring my statement. All depends on your answer. I don't know if this is low or it's me, but okay. Yeah, volume, Rafael, please, thank you. So, thank you. Out of these payments that we paying here, is any retroactive payment for police, DPW, contract that was settled and, it was signed and awarded by us, retroactive payments on it, or no?
Mr. CFO.
On this payment, I don't think so. I think all DPW and all supervisors has been paid out. All the other ones have been paid out. There's just a dispute, like we spoke last time with the police, and that's going to mediation and it's going through that process.
So the, that's still pending, the police one?
That's still pending, yes.
The discrepancy between you and that, it's so big that you cannot, you know, if that's 5 gallons of water and there's only 4.5, are we going to cost the city more money in stipulation and fighting for some simple things? These officers have been waiting for more than 5 years for that contract to come through. And now the retroactive, I know there's some discrepancy, but that's so bad that it's delaying them. These people need to pay the rent, car, mortgage, go on a vacation. Can we expedite this? Or, you know, because the numbers are there. 1 week, 1 day, you know, half hour should not delay something that they've been waiting for 6 years.
It is a big discrepancy.
What was that?
It is a big discrepancy between the two sides.
If it's not a legality, can you bring me a you know, a synopsis of how big is that discrepancy? Because you be saying this for almost 3-4 months already, and they still have been waiting 6 years and more months to get that retroactive, and it's not fair for the men and women of the Paterson Police Department.
Yeah, I can send it to you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the payment of bills.
Just a minute, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So as we're getting ready to go into our customary no question approval of the bills list, I can't help but to reflect, and it was brought to my attention earlier this week, the audit that was recently paid for the fire department union, I believe it was. And this audit outlined some very interesting things. And as I pointed out to the public last week, how the responsibility, the main priority responsibility of the council is to make sure that we're being financially prudent. And it just is puzzling to me that none of this council has not addressed or asked to have a discussion and outline what was found by the audit. When I first got elected, we had more responsible council people. We made sure that we had frequent audits. It was done every several years. This council has neglected to actually be responsible and conduct audits. We don't have the clue on what the administration has done with COVID money. We have no clue on how the spending went. The reports for spending at Hinchcliffe Stadium still hasn't been divulged. And now this audit that has some very good information is still not being addressed by the council. So, I mean, I don't think it's a surprise to the public that I will not be supporting this bills list. But, Council President, you're sitting in the presidency. What are we doing to address the findings of a professional audit company that did an audit to find out that we're mismanaging funds in the city? What are we doing, sir?
That discussion will take place at the Finance Committee, and then it's going to come back at the workshop for us to have a very extensive discussion after we have the discussion on the Finance Committee. If that's your question, we can continue with payment of bills.
Well, I mean,
and even though, Council Member, let me be clear. I know there's a lot of question, there's just a lot of concern about different aspects in terms of the finance of the city, but that's not being reflected on this payment of bill. Just to be clear on that. But we could definitely have that conversation, and I will invite you to the Finance Committee meeting as well. That way you could be part of the conversation at the Finance Committee meeting, and then at the workshop and open forum.
So is there some secret information that's going to be discussed in Finance Committee that should not be shared?
There's no secret information.
So why wouldn't we meet as a committee of the whole to address this so the public can have a clear view of what the findings are?
If you hear me clearly, the second discussion is going to be right here in the public, in the open public. I'm not saying that we're going to stay on the finance as well.
So again, just to be clear to the public, the Finance Committee is made up of 4 members of the council, and obviously members of the administration. That discussion should take place as a committee of the whole in the public session. There should not be a prerequisite or a charge to, come up with significant answers. We should have those discussions in the public. You should call the Corporation Council, the BA, or whatever you want to address them as tonight, the CFO, obviously, you know, and this gross failure. We're supposed to be responsible to the public. We want to have these private conversations about very sensitive information. It doesn't pertain to anyone's, you know, employee status, personal status. This is financial information that should take place in a public session. It should not take place. I do not want to take part in a finance committee discussion.
Totally understood. Totally understood. Just Councilman, totally understood. This is the people's house. This is the chamber, and we are elected by the people, so we should be open to the public. We will have that conversation moving forward. But now let's continue with payment of bills. Madam Clerk, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the payment of bills in the amount of $12,057,745.71. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that I am rescuing myself from this vote. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Davila. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, to the members of the public, let's be clear. Whenever you vote on the bills list, is it an accumulative effort to reach whatever you discuss or determine your budget is going to be? If you have a financial institution, a professional institution that comes in and does an audit of your spending, and it's telling you clearly you do not have control or clear, sound oversight of your spending, then why would the bills list not have an impact on that? It clearly shows you don't understand what the bills list is about. The bills list is one effect in many series of effects that ultimately accumulate to what your overall spending is. So if each time you go to the store, well, you know, it's just $5, I'm gonna buy a Snickers, then ultimately you're gonna overspend what you budgeted to spend. And it should be in an emergency discussion. We know the city's in duress. We're callously, without even questioning, getting ready to impact the taxpayers. Everybody's promoting this tax increase and with a straight face, like, well, hey, you just got to deal with it. While the mayor has touted more building in this city over the past 5-6 years where the only beneficiaries have been developers. So here you have a professional institution that did an audit, and, well, we're going to discuss that behind closed doors, Councilman. You don't have to talk about it today. You didn't have to put me out there that way, Councilman, because we want to talk about that and get our story straight before we come out here and tell the public what it is. No. What we used to do in the past, we'll have a table set up right there. We'll have the company who did the audit come forward, and they'll do a presentation. They'll outline it right in front of the public. Full transparency. This is not transparency. This is buddy-buddy excursions. You know, we're going to do the hookup. That's what this is. Oh, wait. You want me to keep you quiet? I'm going to give your wife a job. Okay. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you. I wasn't going to go back and forth, but this payment of bill reflect the payroll, also insurance payment. That's one thing. And another thing, this audit that we're speaking about, Council President clearly said it. We're going to have a finance meeting, then we're going to have an open discussion on the public setting at the workshop. So there is nothing going on behind the scenes. That's the process. It was exactly same way it was done in previous years, like Councilman Jackson said. Remember those guys used to come in front of the council and discuss those audits? The same. That's exactly what our council president said. That's exactly what. But he has to be scheduled. I'm speaking, okay? He has to be scheduled. That's all. My vote is yes for payment of bills.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I just, I got to be proactive. Councilman Jackson brought some questions, and it directly to the Finance Committee. I believe the Madam Clerk had take notes of those questions. So when it's discussed in committee, there's something in the agenda called council committee reports. Out of that committee meetings, they should come next meeting and do in a council committee report and bringing forward in the public whatever was discussed if it's necessary to discuss. Saying that, my vote is yes to poll.
Thank you, Councilman. Council
Payment
President?
bills.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's extremely important and I take a lot of respect for council members that take their time to attend committee meetings. It's very easy to come here with the mic is on, with the TV is on, when the camera is on, to talk about a payment of bill and bash the payment of bill. On page 2 out of 3, we pay 55 vouchers for rental assistance, 55 families. So you're telling me that I should vote no on 55 families to receive the vouchers? So that kind of things and all the things and people, companies that supply us services. So you're telling me to vote no? That's being real irresponsible. This is a public document. If any person from the city, from our city, has any question, you could ask the question, you could pull the information, and it's the administration's responsibility to give that information to the public. And that's the reason why we're here. I take this serious. Those are families that are waiting for us to approve this payment of bill for that money to get there. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 recusal, 1 nay. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we do the consent agenda, Madam Clerk, item 7 to 46?
Sure. Okay. Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are items number 7 through 46. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Mims, and second by Councilman Khalid.
Second, Council President.
And Councilman Velez, second as well.
I would like to remove item number 16.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, which item you want to remove?
16.
Item number 16, Madam Clerk.
17.
16.
You have 2 items, 16 and 17?
No, hold on. 16 is the one that you yes, sorry.
Economic development?
15 and 16 to votes separate.
Okay.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, item 16 and 17.
Council President.
15 and 16 will be out of the consent agenda, will be treated separately. So let's vote on the consent agenda.
Council President, one second,
Council
yes.
President?
Just a minute, Council Member. Councilman Dean?
So item number 13, can you please add Councilman Khalid as a co-sponsor? He was also connected to the family as well.
Okay, so what's the item number?
Item number 13.
Item 13, you want Councilman Khalid to be also a sponsor as well?
Co-sponsor.
Madam Clerk, if we could make that correction.
Item number
Councilwoman Davila?
13.
13?
Yes.
13,
And make sure that whoever sponsored the item, make sure that, motion by that person should be mentioned. It's all, not really, because last time I noticed that one of my agenda came up.
No, the motion, there was a motion moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, and second by Councilman Khalid.
And also, please,
Councilman Udine and Councilman Velez.
Thank you very much.
So Councilwoman Davila, you have a request?
Well, yes, Council President, I as well was not here in the workshop. These items were discussed in the committee. It is my understanding there was a discussion in the workshop. I see Director Delaney here.
Yes.
I see Director Dipto Roy. So my question was, to Councilman Velez, if there was something that was not discussed or any questions asked. I'm just trying to understand, because we have a tendency of removing items and putting them on non-consent. When it comes time for a vote, there is no discussion and we vote on it. So I just wanted
Sure.
to just ask.
I understand, Councilman, but right now at this moment, out of all the items, Councilman Velez wants to treat 15 and 16 separately. So let's vote on the consent agenda and we could come back to those items.
So
Madam Clerk?
13, 15, and 16 are being removed to
No,
non-consent?
15 and 16 only, two. And 13, Councilman Udine wants, Councilman Khalid asks a sponsor as well. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item on the consent agenda.
And also, before you move forward to roll call, once again, at 7:03 or 7:10, I said I was not in a workshop.
Okay.
And there's another one that, probably need clarification before, if I decide not to remove it from the consent agenda, is number 41. Why we have to do and authorize an extension of time for substantial completion of the Beaver Ace Park Community Parking Improvement. Why we had to do a resolution.
Council President.
To extend, number 41, to extend the completion, because unless the company is getting the contractor is getting a bond back or more money because they completed early, whatever.
If I may, I know Councilwoman, and Councilwoman Mims will also, but this is very simple.
Right.
They took more than, the building department took more than the time that it's supposed to take to get the permit. It was a very hard time for that company to get the permit from the building department. That's the reason why they're asking for an extension, because they couldn't get, those.
Oh, because the money that was used to pay, it was, hold on.
Go ahead.
The money that was used to do the park has a time to spend it?
No.
Okay.
It's a time window. It's a time window to finish the project. The engineer had a conversation with us. They told us, listen, can we extend the time, because the building department took little longer to give us the permit to start working. It's all about timing,
Council
not
President.
funding.
So.
But I will let.
Hold on. So still, if they have to hold 1 month, 2 months because of permit, and they continue doing the work after the permits, right? It had a date to finish the project?
So, Council
Because
President,
we're
if I
not
may.
doing this for River Street, we're not doing this for other projects.
If I may,
Councilwoman Mims.
we know, my condolences, you had death in the family, you were not here. So this item, the permit is now, we have the permit.
Right.
But as a former project man, a project manager's licensed professional, I think it's always prudent when you have engineers that say, let's make sure in the scope of the work that we finish it within the time that is allocated. I think this was very, very advantageous of the engineering department to make sure that they give this time to us. It doesn't mean that there's any issues with the work. There's absolutely none, but they're making sure that we have this done within a specified time so we could get back in the park. So this is a good thing. That's why we want it on consent, not to be voting separately and making comments that are not true. This is to make sure that this park gets done. That's all this is doing, making sure that the park that is named after Vera Ames is done. We've spoken to her as well. She's fully aware of what's going on. Our director and our engineer is here, and last week I made the request that this goes on consent.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
just a minute.
Because Councilwoman Davila said about any issue of 15 and 16 before we remove it, and probably we don't.
I was going to give an explanation which would have helped, Council President. I was going to give an explanation which may help to avoid it going there, if I may, Council President.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So on item number 15, if you remember, we have 2 pocket parks in the 6th Ward when Assemblyman Abdelaziz was here. Those parks are already been given some dollars. There's some extra money that is being allocated, and this is the final piece of that project, which we know we all supported. That's item 15, and then item 16 is the same work that's been done, the streetscaping. They've done it over the last few years, and now it's a new year, and it's the same project.
So you're telling me that
Councilwoman.
You're telling me that number 15,
7 years.
we approved that those two parks before to put
Yes.
money on it?
We approved it.
Okay, who approved it?
We did. You voted yes too.
Huh?
You voted yes as well.
To the two projects?
Yes. Yes.
I want to see that because let me tell you something. No, I had the conversation
And it's also,
with, I had the conversation.
Let me just finish,
Yeah,
Councilman. And it's also, so with the ARP dollars, there is a report that we all have. Every last one of us has the report. It is clearly outlined all the $65 million of that money. Every council member has it in your possession, whether you read your email, whatever, but we all know exactly to every project that money has been allocated.
I agree.
We approved.
But this is UEZ money going to a park. The one that we approve and we move forward was with the ARP money.
Councilwoman,
yes.
No.
Yes.
I wanted to.
Go ahead.
I wanted what you're saying is actually
Councilwoman
correct.
Davila open, that way she could add and maybe that will help you.
The reason I wanted, and Councilwoman, thank you very much, but I did, as we did indicate, we had, or if I shall say I had, and the directors both are here, Director Delaney and Director of UEZ, Dipta Roy, we had a meeting. In that committee meeting, there was the engineer, along with other entities from the Urban Enterprise Zone office. The engineer brought in the renderings, right, that go back to 2019, 2020, that they were approved then, okay? But because there was a stop on some UEZ funding, okay, the money's now is there and it's now being allocated. But these items, these two have been approved, all right? Those renderings were provided. I don't know, Director Delaney, if the engineer provided that to the clerk and it was scanned, that it should be part of. It was part.
On 2021, in the middle of the pandemic, we was approving.
No,
to
I believe
fix
it was
the park.
2019 or 2020.
Still.
My apologies for not remembering the exact
year. The pandemic started November 2019 and ended in 2022.
So, Council President, let's just separate them. Let them be separate.
I like, where we're going, but let's do this, right? Let's do this. Since we only have those two items and the director of UEC is here, and we could vote on the consent agenda, we could take out those two items.
Leave 16 on the consent agenda, and we're going to still discuss the 15.
Then move forward. with consent.
Okay, so this item 15, so stay tuned, Director. We come back to you to just take care of item 15. Let's vote on the consent agenda, and
Council President.
we come back with that item. Councilman Jackson?
You're keeping it on the consent?
Surprised the BA hasn't had any feedback on these items.
Consent.
The mayor sent you. I figured you'd be well versed in what's going on. Yeah, well, I'm sure she's getting ready to do so, but BA's office should be well represented, and that is not. I'm just pointing that out to the public. No shade on you. I'm sure if I ask you a question on your department, I'll be hopeful that you can answer, but you're sitting in the BA seat. The BA should be able to answer these things as we understand how our government works. And that's shade to the mayor. Obviously, he's sent you here unprepared. Are you being paid extra for this? So you want to speak to it? Are you being paid for it tonight, separately in the part from your regular role? Okay. Must be nice. So, Council President, on another note.
Council members, go ahead, Councilman Jackson.
My concern, going back to the Vera Ames Park situation, and the fact that, and I'm glad we have the director here because, and again, this is not a direct jab at the director, because I already know her staff is very well undermanned. But if we have a contractor who's working for the city, who's being paid by the city, who's having a difficult time obtaining permits, what do you think the average person is going through? I got a gentleman, I've been reaching out to the director for about a week. He's been trying to close on the house since last Tuesday, trying to get a simple inspection for a oil tank. He's possibly going to lose his HMFA funding for the purchase of his first home. And this council has, yet again, without a surprise, callously move past the fact that a contractor who's hired by the city has had a difficult time getting permits out of the office. Instead of this council being responsible and say, wait a minute, stop, hold everything. Why? Why is there an issue with getting permits out of the building department? Why not look at the staffing that's there? We just allow the mayor to create new positions. There was just a new hire for community service personnel or something like that, but we have critical positions that are not being filled. We still have two, only two. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk. Have we had those vacancies filled in the clerk's in the council's office as of yet?
Not as of yet, but we have interviewed.
Okay, we have interviewed. So there's shortages downstairs in the tax office. Normally where there's 9 to 10 employees, there's a handful. This is becoming more of a habit. This administration is poorly running the city, and when you have contractors that's clearly having a difficult time getting permits, one that's been contracted by the city that now has to file for an extension, so therefore that's our alarm. But we're not gonna listen to the alarm. It's like having a patient and the heart monitor goes off and you just ignore it. Eventually there's going to be a cardiac arrest. So I think that when the director comes, we should have an outline, at least a brief synopsis, and this should be, again, another day when we have an outline of where these departments are with staffing and how the services are not being rendered. I had a gentleman call me 30 times today because his his handicap was blocked. I mean, we cannot just continue to allow the residents not to get services. We just keep giving them money, voting yes, proving this, stack everything in the consent agenda, yeah, no problem, and they just run away with all the cash and we're not getting what we're paying for. So, I don't know. I guess I'm different.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay. What are we on? Are we on the consent agenda? Okay, where is it? Roll call on the consent agenda. Councilwoman Davila?
This is excluding 15 and 16, correct?
No, excluding only 15.
Only 15? Okay. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And by the way, I think I neglected to mention that most of these positions are revenue-generating positions. Inspectors that are not out here just writing tickets for people leaving their garbage and refuge in front of their house. You know, it's very critical. It's very critical. And this is why I really just cannot just continue to vote for things blindly, you know. And so I won't prolong. I'll read this letter in a second. But, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are some great items on this consent agenda. For example, look at item number 13. Paterson born, an outstanding student, constituent of mine. He got accepted to almost every Ivy League school in the United States, from Harvard to Yale to UPenn. Thank you, Councilman Woodin, for bringing this resolution up for honoring him. We need to encourage our youngster instead of arguing in City Council. Also, if you look at item number 18, money for Paterson Habitat of Humanity for building the houses for our residents. You look at item number 16, 21st Ave. Councilman Al Abdulaziz, when he was here, he fought day after day, meeting after meeting for those projects. You look at item number 41, Barry Park. We're just making sure this project is get done. That's basically it. So I don't see. I mean, these are some great items on this consent agenda. I'm gladly supporting this consent agenda as well. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So, Councilman Khalik, I agree, but I have to put it on record. With all of the housing issues in our community, and as someone who's born and raised in the 4th Ward of the city of Paterson, see, for me, it's about doing the work. And we're voting on a consent agenda with a whole bunch of great stuff in it. Councilman Khalik alluded to a lot of the stuff. We have a great event at the new Family Destiny Center, which you know does a great job for a lot of our people that are in desperate need. They have issues, but this is a great item, number 18. Number 18, anybody knows anything about Paterson Habitat for Humanity? In the 4th Ward, they will be building housing in the amount of $2 million, not to exceed $2,031,000 in the 4th Ward of the great city of Paterson. The good thing about this, there's so many people that want housing, they can't afford it. There's people that are looking to build. You get some sweat equity into it where you're hanging up your own pictures and all that stuff. Habitat has been doing a phenomenal job. If you go into all of the areas which they've rebuilt, it was blighted. It was desolate. There was nothing there. And if you go through and you ride through the 4th Ward, we have them now in the 1st Ward. I've been working with them, helping them in the 1st Ward because it was a struggle to get them there, but now they're in the 1st Ward, and we're happy about that. But these great items are on the agenda. And for me, there's a lot of other issues that go on in the city. We agree. But we're not voting on that stuff right now. We're voting on what's before us, and I can't say no when I know people that are going to be wanting to move 192-194 Hamilton Street. People that are looking for houses that are very low income, they have a nice place to live and different amenities there. And as a person that's from the 4th Ward, born and raised, I'm always going to rep for the city that I love so much. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So my council members, council colleagues mentioned about the important items in the agenda, especially in the consent items. When we put items on the consent, Paterson, you should know that it means that we are satisfied, we are ready to move forward. Again, if we have the satisfaction, we always move item from the consent agenda and we vote separately. What we have done for item number 15, we requested by Councilman Velez. But we cannot really go against the items like this. But again, let me focus on the public works items as I am holding the chair for the committee. Item number 41 was discussed, but I want to state that we were expecting various Ames Community Park will be renovated by July 30th. August 15th, my bad. Yeah, thank you very much. Now we are expecting, with the new resolution, we are expecting to be done by November 13th. But the total number is not changing. Even for the delay, we are on the same sum up, is the same, still on the same amount of money we are spending on it. Also, item number 13, as Councilman Khalik mentioned, the student from Paterson Public School, he attended school number 28, gifted and talented, went to PCTI and got acceptance at all the what do you call, Ivy League universities. And I'm going to bring him to the council meeting in the next meeting. And of course, I like to encourage our youngsters that here's an example. You live in Paterson, you went to Paterson Public Schools. It's not a limitation for you to go and meet your dreams. So I like to see this young man come to the council and present himself as well. Because these are the leadership that Paterson is waiting for. Our youth, we need to empower them. So you cannot really just go against everything, but support and encourage our youngsters. So I would say the consent items are the items that we believe that is for our city, our community. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Oh, my God. You know, they go answer this question later on, but I don't know, Mr. B.A., I don't know if your time here, last meeting, this one, is compensated to be here, or, no, for real.
have to do with
Are you getting compensated to be here?
What's the reason? Anybody?
Oh, he said yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Nothing different than Harry or anyone that's
No, it's like, listen, let me say this, and let me say it loud and clear. When I sent a letter to the mayor regarding the BA position, and they just going around and around and around and not bringing the right answer to us, and they just put in a director, a fine director from another division here, he's getting compensated, plus $84,000 a part-time BA that nowhere to find the city of Paterson. Nowhere to find. And to tell me that to be able to see if I want to meet the BA, nothing personal, because now they could turn it racial, right? Somebody go, oh, it's because it's this. To tell me after the letter, if I want to meet the BA, that she's available one day or two in the second floor. Meanwhile, the city has a lot of issues. Meanwhile, the city has a lot of questions not answered. Now, you think it will sound good, Ernest Rucker, that I told the new BA or part-time BA, come and meet me in the middle of Roberto Clemente Park. I am the councilman of the 5th Ward. Come and meet me at the Roberto Clemente Park, because I want to know what you're doing with the taxpayer money in the city of Paterson.
She's working.
Now, we know we're in the consent agenda. All items of consent agenda, as Council President has stated before, it makes the meeting faster, put things that are already repeatable, and we've done it back and forth every year, every day. That's good. But when they want to hide things under the rug, sometimes you have to be diligent to ask questions. And this number 15, I already listened that this was approved in the middle of 2019, 20, whatever. I got to prove you that this is an item that came into the table, and let's repair 2 parks in the 6th Ward. I got to put you with this documents right here.
No.
I got to prove you later on when I speak about this document. Saying that, all the items in consent agenda are always good. In one vote, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
And we could jump to 15 after this one.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. What, they took off number 15?
Yes.
No, I didn't took it. To vote it separate.
Yes, you took it off.
You took it off consent and put
To
it on
take it
regular.
off, to vote it separate.
Forget it,
Council
Councilman.
members,
Forget
yes,
it.
item 15 is
Thank
being
you.
removed.
I just want to
Yeah.
piggyback on Councilwoman Mims and some of the council members, Davila and Shahid, that there's a lot of good items here in the consent. Habitat just did 8 houses, we call them Harrison 8. Harrison 8, brand new homes in the 4th Ward. This $2 million that we're voting on too for another project is for the Summer Street, Hamilton Avenue area, to change that complete area, to change it completely. But in order to do that, to get money from FHAMP, to get money, they want to make sure that the city of Paterson is in support of these projects. The same way with the project with Jumpstart Training and ANYA's management, a letter of support, that's what they're looking for, that they want to, and we need to build more and more affordable housing. We got to get HUD and all them other agencies to donate money, because to help build affordable housing, to be able to get the vouchers for affordable housing. So there's some plenty of, and then we talked about, Councilman, they got these packets on their desk on Friday. Here it is Tuesday, and you just looking at it. You get it on Friday. No, yes, right, Councilwoman, 2 weeks ago. They had this stuff on their desk, and they're not reading it. They're not even looking through the paperwork at all to question anything. And so with Vera Ames Community Park, to me, it's about good faith. The contractor had problems getting permits, and not only that company, many companies, many companies. Passaic Valley Water has a major project coming up covering Levine Reservoir, $45 million project, having a hard time, slow time getting permit. My suggestion back then was, let's hire per diem day licensed contractors, licensed electrician, licensed carpenter, licensed building inspectors. You have to do them per day. You can do that. But it wasn't done. So with this being said, Madam Clerk, there's a lot of good items on here that we need to move forward with. And I'm looking forward to more homes that they get ready to get built for affordable housing. We're talking about affordable, you know. So, Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and council members. Thank you for highlighting item number 18 about, Paterson Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah.
$2,031,000 for more housing for the city of Paterson. And everybody knows, we all know how desperate we are in terms of affordable housing. Our community, they're crying. There's a necessary. And on this consent agenda, we got that item. Also, item 17, with the UEC money, we're buying two new police cars. We have public work, a lot of items on public work on the consent agenda. And absolutely, when you vote just not on the agenda, I'm like, I feel bad, but you're not doing the work. You're not doing your homework. This is a lot of items that we're voting here. But nevertheless, I think that when it comes to item 15 and 16 with the UEC, UEC didn't have any funding back then because the governor took all the funding away from UEC. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows that the governor removed every dollar from the UEC. Now, the UEC department have money. I'm okay with that because that's not the taxpayer dollars, and at least we could use it. When I see that we're buying 2 police cars, Director, I mean, great job. We're not getting taxpayer dollar to buy those new cars. The Citor, they don't have any park, quite honestly. I'm getting a lot of work done at Eastside Park. I'm getting all my park done. I'm not, because the Citor have 2 parking parks that is being utilized with UEC money. And I like to have those discussions at the City Council. And let's be clear, any council member could remove any item from the consent agenda. There's nothing wrong with that. If you feel that you want to have more discussion, you have the right to do it in order for you to make a smart decision. Let's not feel bad about that. I feel great when we spend time talking about the agenda that we have in front of us. And at the end, for the building department, item 41, I was the one I spoke about the item at the last meeting. I had a conversation with the engineer, and the director knows my level of frustration with the building department. That building department is understaffed, and it's just out of control. The Calvary Baptist Church, since last year in September, they've been trying to renew, to fix the roof, and they haven't been able to do it. And they lost the file 3 times at that department. There's people waiting for years to get the permit. And that's the reason why I have a legislation on the floor. Corporation Council has it, and I hope to have the discussion on the next workshop to correct that problem. So that was my topic. Just check the council meeting, the workshop at the last meeting. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. The consent agenda, with the exception of item number 15, is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now let's take item number 15, which is Madam Clerk, let's take item 15. Let's read it into the record. Let's have, if everybody have discussion. I know Councilman Mills is waiting.
I want to do a motion to amend.
No.
Why not? I could do a motion to amend.
Read it into the record.
Just a minute. Councilman Velez? Council members, Madam Clerk will read the item into the record, then we open a discussion. If you have an amendment, you put them on the floor, and we agree. Madam Clerk, item 15.
Sure. Item number 15 is a resolution of the City of Paterson authorizing the submission of a request to the New Jersey Urban Enterprise Zone Authority for Paterson UEZ Urban Parks Improvement Project in the city's Urban Enterprise Zone in an amount not to exceed $971,931.84.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila.
Motion to amend.
Discussion.
Second.
And second by Councilwoman Ibrahim and Councilman Fariuddin. So we get discussion.
Yes.
Councilman Velez and Councilman Mims.
At the beginning, I stated that I don't have no problem about the 2 Parker Parks, right? The 2 Parker Parks exist there way before I came into Paterson 37 years ago. But when they said that this was approved since 2019 and 21, and I see a document here, Paterson Green Space Improvement, and it stands from, can't really see the date, dated March 5th, 2025.
No, absolutely not.
Well, what is this? What is this? What is this?
That's when it was staffed.
Ca- Council members, let Council member let's start. Let Council member finish. Then I have Councilman Mims, and then you next, and then the director will speak. Director, you know, come to the podium.
Prove me the paperwork from 2021 that this was drawn on 2021.
Oh, I can't even.
Here it says right here, the day that they did this.
Okay.
Made this.
Okay.
Director, before they bring you up here, we had a conversation, and still, I don't buy it. One day in the conversation, you came up calling in support of UEZ money to this project. I question you, and you told me this is way, way back, and that you're a new director now. Now, the only document that tells me when you guys started working in this two-pocket park, and this pocket park is specifically the Pacific Main Street and Pacific and Main Street and Eagle Avenue, is the date that they say they did the document, and it's there, okay? It's March 5th, 2025.
And then, just a minute. So, council members, director, we're going to open the floor for you. Then I have Councilman Mims and Councilman Davila.
Council President, you want to?
No, I got you. And then Councilman, let's open because you open the discussion.
Okay.
And then we come back to you.
No, I open. I haven't finished it.
Right.
So the only document that I have is a preliminary design concept plan of this two-triangle pocket park. Here in the body is not saying that it was a plan made before, whatever, okay, right? So my understanding is, in the document I have here, because I didn't heard this in the workshop, the previous one, nobody spoke about it. Nobody spoke about this in DPW committee, okay? We're talking about two parks. Unless you guys have a conversation without the committee, but I didn't hear about it, okay? I spoke to you, Council, and let me tell you something, and this is, perception is something real important for me.
Okay.
2 weeks ago, the mayor of City of Paterson said that the city of Paterson is Palestine City. And it was all over the news and all that stuff. Now we're doing two parks in one section of South Paterson. I spoke to you and I say, listen, okay, I got two UEZ zones. You want one?
No, council members.
Hold on, let me
Council member, you're right. You had your discussion, but listen.
Let me finish.
Let the director answer it. That way we could be more effective.
No, let me finish. We might say he could answer.
No. So,
no. Councilman Kalik say that it's UEZ zone and UEZ money. Correct. Let's take 21st Avenue, Columbian Park is a UEZ zone. Let's take the Pan American Park.
Yes, Pan American Park it is.
And it's also in the 5th Ward and the 6th Ward. And I said to the director, they don't let me spin it. You know why? They want to stick it.
No.
And they say, this is what you're getting. And I don't care. This is what you're getting. I got the votes. We go there. So when I finish, you answer. Why you took my recommendation? If you want to put UEZ money in this two-pocket park, give one to the 6th Ward, fix the one Colombian Corridor Park, the Colombian Park over there in the corner of the YMCA, Boys and Girls Club. That's a pocket park. Huh?
Council members.
It is in a UEZ zone.
No,
ladies
no,
and
council
gentlemen.
members. So,
21st Avenue is not a UEZ zone?
No, so
So
Council.
why we had cops walking with UEZ funding? It's a UEZ zone.
Okay.
And then you had the Pan American Park that is in a UEZ zone. Why you didn't split your project in two sections of the city and everybody will be happy on it?
Okay. So
Now, once again, I don't have no problem with the two parks. I have the poor planning that this division had to spend $900,000 in two small parks.
Okay. So
Only
director,
with excuse or UEZ money.
so you got the
Council
floor.
President.
So director, no. So you there, director. So I have two council members. So let me start with Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
That will
and-
conclude.
and
Go ahead, Councilwoman Davila.
And thank you very much, Council President, and to Director. You recall, well, both of you, but you recall that I made these statements in that committee meeting specific, and I mentioned each park that the councilman mentioned. All right, we already know that there's plans in place for that. But I want to just take it back, and this is for Councilman Velez, okay? You talk about that you're not aware about this, right? But there's an article where you're quoted saying how this is much needed. It's there. City Council considering, this was 5 years ago, 21st Avenue Streetscaping Project.
No problem.
Okay? And so you're quoted. So when you make statements like, oh, this was just done 2025, no, it hasn't. And so you also stated that you had a conversation with Director Roy. You know what I don't understand is how do you not, the questions that you're asking are the same ones then, now. So I'm really confused, and I just wanted to put it out there that these items were already, they came through the council, the monies wasn't there, this was a streetscaping project that was considered then. It went through, the renderings were paid through, I forget the company at the time, Nagel, I believe it was. The whole thing here is, and you can all go back, okay, and look in 2020, all right, that this was a consideration then, and it was brought to the council. So the council is aware of it, all right, and you were quoted by saying, and I'm going to put it.
Yeah, please repeat that
what
quote.
you indicated, I am happy to see this on the agenda.
Or what? What agenda?
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Uh-huh.
And you indicated 21st Ave needs more improvement to catch up, right?
Yeah.
21st Ave.
Yeah.
Okay. These monies, okay, 21st Ave, UEZ zones, Main Street, all of these monies, okay, have been, Councilman, discussed already.
Council President, I just want to clarify something.
So
There
let
says
me,
21st
by
Avenue.
finishing,
We already done with 21st
just for
Avenue.
the record, just for the record, to all my colleagues.
I'll come back to you.
In the
Council
committee
members.
meeting, okay, in the committee meeting, it was discussed, we were discussing 21st Ave, we were discussing Main Street, we're discussing UEZ enterprise zones. The monies have to be specific, so please, the Sixth Ward right now does not have any parks, none, okay? These monies are allocated, okay? And when we talk about the UEZ funding, those businesses want to see. They want also to input. In addition, he talked about the Pan American Park, which is 5th, 6th. There has been monies that has been put there, but I let it be known that in that meeting I indicated that we need to do the same way we're doing on Main Street, we should be doing for that park as well. And once the monies is there for that, that will be occurring. So I just wanted to put it on.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I have Councilwoman Mims on.
So I'm going to be brief, right? Some items should not require an elongated discussion.
No.
We're talking about every ward in the city has parks,
Right.
except for the 6th ward.
Right.
Residents have come to this microphone. We go into the schools, School 25, School 9. The parents, everyone in that area has complained that there's no parks. They've come and yelled at us at the microphone. We heard them 5 years ago. The money was there back then. We know the governor removed the item from there. The money is here now, right? The 6th ward needs parks. It's not about sticking it to anybody. The children need a place to play. Parents need recreation. When only 1% of the city's budget is going to recreation, anytime we can creatively find ways to develop more recreation for our children, let's do it. We don't need to have the directors here. Director, could you explain why? When you called, you said we have money. This is where the money's going. We have Vera Ames Park. $4.2 million is being spent on that park. Barbers Park, over $1 million. We have parks that have gotten so much money all over the city, and the 6th Ward has nothing. This is a way for anyone, because it's not just for the 6th Ward. Any child that wants to play is open. The parks are open to everybody.
Okay.
So any child that wants to play, school is there. And as an educator that works in the system, it's always positive when the schools can have resource or field trips to take their students to the park. And now this will help them do that. Council President, I don't know if we need to hear from the directors if they want to speak. This is too much conversation. If people want to vote yes, let them vote yes. They vote no, they vote no. But this is a no-brainer. The residents are here to speak on other issues. Let's just vote this up or down, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So it's 8:49. I really want to open the public portion, but I have 2 council members that want to speak. I have Councilman Khalid and Councilman Udine, and right after that, we'll do the roll call, Director. Just give us a second.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something about this resolution and the money. The money. This money is specifically for only UEZ zone.
That's right.
Improvements, right. In our city of Paterson UEZ zone, we have only 3 parks. Those 2 pocket parks and the Pan American Park. There's a plan for Pan American Park already. I spoke to the director, DPW director already about it. And this money, we only could use it for those 3 parks. And unfortunately or fortunately, these 2 parks is located in the 6th Ward. That's why this talking going on in here, this argument going on in here. And I mean, we cannot use this money for, say, Roberto Clemente Park or West Side Park, any other park, because it is specifically allocated for this UEZ zone park. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilman Udine.
That's nothing. Council President.
I'm sorry. Councilman Udine, right after Councilman Udine.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
If you want to speak down.
Thank you, Council President. Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman.
All right. So when we are talking about moving Paterson forward, we cannot really go against each other like this. When we are talking about $4.2 million for Vera Ames Community Park, we did not debate like this. No. There are more parks in 4th Ward. We are always supportive to the parks. Roberto Clemente Park, even I'm talking about recent fencing, we are highly supportive toward it. We still want more cameras in Roberto Clemente Park, because this is also part of the city of Paterson. 5th Ward is not out of the city. So we want every single section of the city of Paterson to thrive, move forward. 2nd Ward, West Side Park, over $15 million project, nobody debated against. What's the debate about the $970 some $1,000 that we are speaking about, the very first project in the 6th Ward? Tennis court, we're talking about school number 25. That's school's property. We invested because we wanted to give the children some space to play. And we got another small space. This is a very small space. We are talking about one small block. The greenery, we are trying to improve it with UZ money. I think we should be supportive to each other instead of standing against each other. And I think this kind of debate is does not make sense at all. So I think we need to work out together. Come on. So on behalf of my councilman from 6th Ward, he will speak up when he'll vote. But I think we should be supportive to each other. Any other section that need to be improved, I think we have to come together instead of just fighting against each other. If any section of 5th Ward, as Councilman Velez is mentioning, we need to improve. Let's bring it to the consideration of the next future project. The section he's talking about by Boys and Girls Club, the small pocket park over there. Let's talk about in the next future items. If we can have some money from anywhere, let's improve that. We want to give space to our children in every single section of the city of Paterson.
Roll call, Council President.
No, thank you, Councilmember. So Councilmember, let's vote and make your comment at the end. What a conversation about pocket. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 15.
Roll call on item number 15 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want everyone to know that, No, what are you talking about? I just want everyone to know out there that with the UEZ coming back forward, the late Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver had a lot to do with bringing that money back for that UEZ. It was Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver who was then in charge of that DCA, who was able to put that money back in there because the governor before that took it away. Yep. So we need to thank, she's no longer with us, but she did many, many, many good deeds for the state and for us here in the city of Paterson. So I just want to share that with you, that it was her who brought this money back when the governor came in, Governor Murphy came in. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
I am looking forward, for this coming to fruition. It's been a long time waiting, over 5 years, all right? And, once again, understanding that these monies must go to the urban enterprise zones, I'm in full support. I'm looking forward, though, not 21st Ave, 21st Ave as well, but specific to the Pan American Park. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman
Yes.
Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
My vote is for the children, yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
So before I do vote, I just want to state facts. There are no parks in the 6th Ward besides these 2 pocket parks. And the only field that we have that we do utilize is School 25. Literally, that's it. And over the past 2 years, over a dozen parks have been improved, beautified by the administration. And it's only right that these 2 pocket parks get their fair share. Like they said, it's a long time coming. Thank you to all my council colleagues for defending this and for supporting this, and I can't wait to see it. My vote is yes, a resounding yes.
Thank you, Councilman Omar. Councilman Uden.
Good job.
So, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, I want to remind Director Billy Rodriguez with the update for the 77 cameras was the update. But I want to remind, when we spoke about the 77 cameras around the city of Paterson in different parks, I mentioned to the director to make sure that he use Roberto Clemente Park as a sample for the camera locations and everything. I'm supportive to every single sections of the city of Paterson. 6th Ward is waiting for this project, and with the hand of our new council member, Ibrahim Omar, I think we can do ribbon cutting for this pocket park. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
So the statement that Councilwoman Davila stated about reading the article, it was one single item that day. It was the 21st Avenue corridors that we was going to vote on it. And of course, I say yes, it's good for the area, it's good for the 21st Avenue corridor. That was item number 16. We're moving forward. We voted in the consent agenda. But raising this concern, it's not that I'm against the park. It's not that. You know, I could say a no to the poor planning. I could say no to the poor communication that they had with this situation. I could say no for other things that I don't think is fair. I have 2 parks that are in the UEZ zone. That's Roberto Clemente Park and Pan American Park. Moving forward the conversation, even that I have a lot of no's with this situation here, I will give you a yes to use the funding to those 2 pocket parks. Are you waiting for something else? I say yes for use the funding to the 2 pocket parks. I say I had a lot of no's, but I give yes to the funding.
That's your vote? Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
So
I just want to present my no's.
So, council members, so I think that so before my just before my vote, I got to tell you, I know that the discussion was a little longer, but I like this discussion because this item is on the agenda. We having a conversation about the community, but when it comes to park, I got to be honest, like in the third ward, in my ward, Brilliant Avenue is being totally renovated. Brilliant Park, state of the art. Eastside Park, the playground, the tennis court, Larry Doby, the roller ring, all my park in the third ward, they're being renovated. Now I'm jumping into the resurfacing. So we have to support our sixth ward, Councilman and Councilman De La Cis put a lot of effort into the corridor. So it's fair to support her. I'm very pleased because the Councilwoman Cotton spoke about our former Lieutenant Governor, may she rest in peace. She was the one that put the funding back into the UEZ zone in order for us to have that additional dollars to improve our community. So we got to use that money wisely. We got to be smart about that. And that's the reason why I'm saying yes to this project. We're using to buy two police cars, and the 3 projects that we have. So we got to just continue working. I'll hope and pray that we could get the building department back on track. I'm just going to I'm going to stay on top of Director. It's been too long. I mean, that department's out of control. We got to work to fix it. So with that being said, my vote is yes in the 2 Parker Park.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 9 in favor, none against. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. So before members of the public, so we're going to start the public portion. Please, respectfully, I will ask everybody, you have 3 minutes to address the council and address the administration and address the community. Let's be, just a minute, let's be respectful. There's no need for us to curse. You remember in the beginning of the meeting, there was a lot of children here. Let's be that role model that our children need. They need us. We are the leaders, and they need to see us as the leader in this community. So you have 3 minutes to address the council. Right after the 3 minutes, I respectfully ask you to move and allow the next person to use the 3 minutes. So before I start with the public portion, I have Councilman Velez, quick, and Councilman Mims. Councilman Velez?
Council President, I know that we get excited, all these parks, all the street that got paved in the city of Paterson. You could agree with me, all that have been done without taxpayer money. Everything has been done with grant funding. So you imagine the surplus that this city should have, not using taxpayer money and using everything with grant funding.
Councilman Mims?
So just quickly, I know the public is gearing up to speak, but I just want, to acknowledge fire only has 1 item. Our chief battalion is here. He only has 1 item, item number 56, and it's for protective clothing for our firefighters. He has 1 item on the agenda, and I'm just asking the public, I know you've been waiting, but can we just take that for the fire? Because
Councilman Mims, thank you so very much. Let's get the list of our speaker ready, and let's jump at item 50C. Our chief, he's here. He definitely have to get back into this role and be ready for tomorrow work. So let's take care of item 56. It's only 1 item. There's no need for a lot of discussion. So we have a discussion on the workshop. Madam Clerk, let's do item 56 before the public portion.
56?
Item 56.
Okay.
That went to committee. It was in committee. Should have been.
no, it was added after.
It was added.
No, I know, but it was
Item number 56, resolution authorizing a contract with New Jersey Fire Department under New Jersey state contract for the purchase of firefighter protective clothing and equipment for the fire department. Fire. Resolution number 25:230.
So move.
Second.
It was moved by Councilman Fariuddin, Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila.
It was moved by Mims and Davila.
He did before.
Mims
It
and
was
Davila.
okay. It was moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilman Fariuddin also as well, and second by Councilman Ibrahim and Councilman Cotton. We agree? Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 56.
Okay. Roll call on item number 56 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is for our Deputy Chief Hall, who's here today. This is about equipment for our fire department. They need that safety equipment on. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila?
As Chair of the Public Safety Committee and my colleagues here, Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton and Council President are part of the committee. We did not have a committee meeting. It was done through email, and this item did come as a request because of the timing and how it came through legal. So the committee through email said that it was okay to move forward, so I'm happy that it was added. It was able to be added on, and because we understand the severity and the need, and because we fully support, our fire department. So, with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
I was with your mom on Sunday, so I just felt being nice tonight. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Omar?
Yes.
Councilman Newton?
Before I vote for this item, since I'm voting for the fire department item, I want to invite the Patersonians to come to the fire department headquarters at 300 McBride Avenue on Saturday at 12 p.m. I'm hosting an Easter basket giveaway along with our firefighters, so I invite everyone to join. My second hosting would be at the library on the Broadway at 2 p.m. So I invite all the children to come for the Easter basket giveaway. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Chief. You take care.
Council President.
So let's open.
Go ahead.
Madam Clerk, how many speakers we have?
We have 21 speakers.
21 speakers. Let's call the first speaker.
Council President.
Speakers
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So, I asked for the floor alongside of Velez and Mims when he did, after the item that we voted on for the parks, just making note that from last meeting that I did receive pictures from Eastside Park, various parks. In fact, on Rowell Avenue is not necessarily a park, but Mountainside, there's a mobile home, if you will, that exists there. The dumping that's taking place all throughout the city, including these parks that we're spending a great deal of money on. So I would be remiss, the two young ladies, these beautiful young ladies that always come to the council and have and enlighten us on many different things, have presented me with an action that's been taken by them and a group that they belong to. So very quickly, an act relating to the rewarding whistleblowers reporting illegal dumping in major cities. Be it enacted by the youth model legislature of the state of New Jersey that the owners of vehicles that are caught illegally dumping will be charged and fined, and the person reporting the crime will receive a monetary reward. Who here likes trash? Anyone? Me either. I'm sure no one wants to see trash in their city streets, neighbors, but yet that's exactly the reality of our great city of Paterson. We are consistently surrounded by waste, garbage, anywhere we go. Our public trash cans can help reduce the waste for pedestrians, and our street sweepers remove most of the rest, but when someone drops an entire couch or by a dumpster, there isn't much policing to stop it. Our police are too busy handling more important issues. On that note, I wanted to, one, applaud the young ladies for their effort, but I also wanted to point light on the legislation that I wrote that still has not been shown why it's not legal. If we don't allow the public to take place in blowing the whistle on these heinous acts of just dumping, we're never going to get dumping under control. 77 cameras is not going to stop dumping in our community. We have to allow the public to receive a portion of the reward, and trust me, the footage will be rolling in. So I applaud this. I know. I read it. Who it was written from? Correct. So, but she presented it. So we're giving her credit for that. But anyway, this is a youth organization that clearly sees that there's value in allowing the public to help. And I wanted to make note of that before we go into public portion. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Let's call the first speaker.
The first speaker is Ms. Eva Razak. Commissioner.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Earlier, Ms. Mims, yeah, I gotta say something. By him acknowledging the fact of Mr. Marty Barnes, that got it. Because a lot of people have forgotten what that man has done. Because it's easy. I got something to say, ladies and gentlemen. Who I am today has been because of my blacks. I say it all the time. That's why I am so loyal to you guys, and I really appreciate everything you do. It is. And you can't bite a hand that fed you. And a lot of people forgot about Marty Barnes. I don't, because March 5th is his birthday, and December 27th was when he passed away. And you know, Mr. Mendez, that I was there not too long ago.
Yep.
I showed you the video.
Yep.
I never stopped going, ladies and gentlemen, because he fed me and my family. And I have to say that. Also, I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but here it is. You council members up there, it's a good talk, but you know what really needs to do besides the talk? The walk. Because these youths are really looking at what's happening in our city, and they don't even know what's gonna happen with them. They're lost. They see the streets, and the streets are dirty. But I have something to say. And I'm gonna say it in English and I'm gonna say it in Spanish. All the residents that are in Paterson that are moving in here new, you don't have to clean your house because you're not the owner. You should clean your front of your house because you live there. The Hispanics, here it is, my Latinos, the community ones who own the businesses, ustedes que tienen su tienda y tienen su negocio, no somos ciegos. Nosotros vemos la basura que está al frente. Mande a uno de sus empleados a que la recojan. Because I got something to say, ladies and gentlemen. I may look like an underdog in Paterson, but I think I'm gonna have to reintroduce myself. Because I've been here for many years, and I've never come up on here to ask you guys for something for me. Never. And I don't need it. You know why? Because the man up there supplies it. He doesn't lie. I don't need to ask you because you guys are gonna say no to me, and you know who you are when you say no to me. But that's okay, because your no is his yes. Another thing, I wanted to congratulate the event that Mr. Benji Wimbley had, because let me tell you something, you look gorgeous. I had a blast, and I have to say something, as a Hispanic, I feel so comfortable when I'm around my blacks, because I'm not just tolerated, I'm loved. And I really mean that. I really mean that. Also, another thing, to the Gleason family, my condolences to them, because I was the person who was taking care of the gentleman and called them, and I didn't know. They were the one who reached out to me and told me, you were the one who helped. It's a small world. But I'm gonna say something, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna close with this. All the money that whoever's getting it, there it is, whoever's getting it in the city, there's billions and thousands of dollars that can keep going. It's 2 minutes, Bobby. 1 minute, I'll leave.
Just wrap it up, please.
Well, wait, I'm
21.
Oh, don't say that word, wrap it up to me, I don't like it.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is all the money that's coming, let's stop playing games with the money and let's start doing what we need to do in the city. Because you guys fight with each other, but the residents are feeling it. We all are, we're hurting. And if people are here sitting today, it's because they care. They could be at home doing something else. Another thing that I wanted to say, recently I've experienced this twice, and this is a disgrace. So Mayor, this is for you, listen up. You have people that are coming, I saw this. If I didn't see it, I wouldn't say it. Literally pulling down their pants and pooping on the street. They did it right there by the Modella where it got fired. A Korean lady and then a Peruvian gentleman across the street in the bank. Are you kidding me, guys? Wait, Bobby, I will say this. I'm here, I'm here as the commissioner. I'm here to serve our city. I get a lot of complaints about different things, and I know if I come, hold on, Bobby. If I come up here, Mr. Mendez, I gotta say something. When we're really talking, give me my chance.
Eva, but you realize what we said in the beginning.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is, let's all, instead of arguing with each other, let's do what we need to do for the city, because regarding of all the parks and all this stuff, these kids are dying out here. These kids need the help. So if you guys don't think you can do it, then you need to step off your seat. And please look at me when I'm talking, because
Thank
I
you.
give you the
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Please.
The next speaker, Council President, is Mr. Alexander Green, AKA the White Wolf. The White Wolf.
Alexander
How are
Green.
y'all? How's everybody in the building? I hope everything is good without y'all.
Good evening, brother.
Y'all know for me to be up on this mic, you know there's a reason. And I have a very, very particular reason of what's going on as far as Paterson is concerned in general. You know, you go to Heldon, you go to Wayne, you go to Hawthorne, you can go Elmer Park, you go into these places, your Paterson police is not doing their job. I live in the fourth ward. I live in the fire, not the frying pan. I have a tenant that lives across the street from me in a HUD house. I'm really, you know, shocked at the fact that all the HUD houses in the fourth ward basically are predominantly Dominican, when you had all black people in that area. And then you hear this, y'all pushing the issue for some more houses to be made. When are these people in Paterson that need homes will get it? All these rental places, all these apartments. First of all, if you look at what Paterson's supposed to represent, it's an industrial city. There's no jobs here. So how can a person afford an apartment if they're not having no job? I mean, like, I've been here off and on all my life. I am a product of Paterson. I am proud of Paterson. I done traveled 48 states. You have some kids in my neighborhood that haven't even been to New York. And it's sad to see that we, as the adults that's supposed to be leading the way, are not doing our job. It's not the kids. You gotta look at yourself first or on the mirror. And then you gotta worry about what the problem is. God this, God that. No, he gave you what you need.
Yes, yes.
You have to get off your asses and push the issue. We go back, you know that. Now, my issue today is what I talked to you earlier about. Ms. Cotton, you already know about it. I have a tenant who came from Santo Domingo. I have no problem with Spanish-speaking people because I am Puerto Rican myself. Called me prejudiced because I told him he could not open a mechanic service in his garage, which he actually bolted into a HUD house, particularly that y'all spoke about today. A HUD house. Now, which I understand under their contract indicates that if you deface their property, not own it, that's grounds to break the contract. Plus, in general, from what I understand, is the zoning laws indicate residential. I never once in my life seen a mechanic shop on Auburn Street. Now I'm looking at the safety aspects of that. The safety aspects. If that place blow up, I'm in a building right across the street from it. That's a lot of innocent people will get hurt. Yeah. On that note, I actually had to get something done about it ASAP. There's been several complaints.
Thank you, brother. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
White Wolf, can you
brother,
give us the address of where that's located?
Just give the address give your information to the secretary, please, brother. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Patricia McNeil. Oh, there she is. Okay.
That's me, Patricia McNeil, 38 North 3rd Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I have 3 items I need to speak on. I guess I need to speak on 47, which is on the agenda. I'm going to speak on that, but I have a couple other ones I want to get to first. I'm hoping and I'm praying. I'm doing Oprah report that this council is not giving entertainment licenses to apartment buildings. I'm gonna do my Oprah report. I'm gonna do my research first, because most times when they having a meeting and I'm watching them, I go to sleep. Okay, I have an abandoned lot. Beverly, I'm here. we have on our block. This has been reported 27 times. It's going to be reported tonight. This will make 28 times in 2 years. 2 years that they take this, well, you know the deal, they take them to court, they pay the fines, and then they throw them out. And then this is the most important thing. You really need to think about what you're doing with these taxes, because you're running people out of the neighborhood. You're making people sell their homes, and it's not the right thing to do. The school system is, the school system is gonna be taxing us. The county is gonna be taxing us. And now the city's gonna be doing double taxes, sewer, and regular taxes. That's not right. You need to think about that. And that's the only thing I came down, because every one of my friends on my block, in my neighborhood, is my block, because I take pride in where I live at, and have sold their homes. I'm trying to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Next speaker is Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Ernest Rucker Paterson and Ernest Rucker Paterson. And I'm going to ask, since I haven't been here in quite a while, for just a little leadway here as far as time is concerned. Let me dive into it. The city taxes are going up 5-point-something%. Sewer taxes is going up 2%. Board of Education taxes are going up 4%. State and county taxes is going up 8%. That's 20% in taxes. Now, I heard you when you originally stated about cursing, but let me just do this. I won't do my normal get you. But when you slip in it and you smell it, bullshit is bullshit. The fire department and the police department had an audit done on Paterson's financial status. In the year of 2023, we had a surplus of $24 million. At the end of this year, fiscal year, we have a surplus of $23 million. Now, if you have, and I'm looking at the chair of finance, and I see the puzzled look on your face. I will give copies to this.
You see a puzzled face with that hat. There's nothing bad about what you're saying.
Yeah, well, bottom line is this. The robocalls, the press conferences for bullshit, all of that needs to stop. You have millions sitting on a table from fines that are not being collected. Millions. Millions. But yet, this was pulled off the agenda to talk about these increases and the hikes in taxes. Well, you need to bring it back, because this needs a full-throated conversation when you're asking people to bear the brunt of almost 20% in taxes across the board. Let's go into this. I stated in 2023, we had $24 million. Where is this money? Before you talk about asking the state for more money, before you ask the citizens for more money, where is the $24 million that is so-called excess. Along with that, I'm a little, I started to block all of the mayor's robocalls. Who the hell is paying for them? These campaign ads through robocall. This is not about giving me information. This is a campaign trick that somebody's paying for it. It's not the mayor. I am going to ask this question of the individual, which you probably won't have the answer, that's sitting as BA. Do we not have 2 assistant BAs that's being paid in this city? Then why are we paying anybody extra money to do their job? And you're talking about taxing the taxpayer. Everybody sitting up there is looking at me saying, well, what $24 million are you talking about? It's right here. It's right here. Where is this money? Before you ask a dollar from the taxpayer, you need to explain to me where this money is. Where's the money? Where's the money? The mayor can continuously bullshit us with his tricks, his smoke and mirrors, but I want to know where that $24 million is. And let's get something clear. If you're asking for transitional aid from the governor, additional, was it 5 million, 6 million that you're asking for? Why aren't we not dipping into his so-called slush fund that he has, pushed on the side? And you talk about corruption, let's talk about corruption. When you're hiding money that can be used not to raise taxes on 2,000 homeowners who cannot afford it, seniors that are barely keeping up with their mortgages because they had to refinance, but yet this was pulled off the agenda. Oh, I'm back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. And you got a problem.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No. In closing.
Yeah.
Don't you remember my old in closing trick?
Well, time to see you.
Let's look at this from a realistic point of view. You can't ask me for money, and you've been hiding money. And if this council has no idea about this $24 million or $23 million, shame on you. And instead of asking us for money, stop talking about firing or not hiring more inspectors that bring in money. You talk about the mayor and the administration talk about $1 billion worth of investment, no revenue. $100 million stadium, no revenue. Fines that are not being collected, no revenue. But you want revenue from us. Come on. I don't think so. And do me a favor, next time it's time for public portion, don't make me wait no longer. Get the public portion, stop all that talking, because you're not saying nothing. Have a good day.
And speaking about a clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Elvis Durham.
And closing. Go back, Eric.
It's gone?
Go back.
Next speaker is Mr. Joel. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I heard someone say king.
Yes.
I'm the king of Paterson. How everybody doing?
Great.
Okay, before I get into my announcement about my birthday celebration, the downtown Paterson, New Jersey, need to be clean. And I'm looking at I ain't looking at the city council. I'm looking at the mayor, the administration. Downtown Paterson, New Jersey is dirty. We got a lot of new businesses coming. A lot of new businesses is opening up. People want to come here, but they don't want to step in dog doo-doo or human doo-doo. It's time to clean up. Also, we got businesses coming inside Center City Mall. Jobs. Everybody want to talk about, ain't that many black businesses here. Well, hey, what's good, y'all? Black businesses is coming to Center City Mall. Are you gonna support it? It's going to be a Black Wall Street inside Center City Mall come the month of June. It's all kicking off in June, okay? I ain't gonna say no more, but I can name one business. Fast Break Cafe is coming soon. Fast Break Cafe, black owned. But the black community, we got to support one another. Talk is cheap. Bring your money. Also, Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Elvis Dorm, AKA Churchman, the King of Paterson, New Jersey. 46th birthday celebration. Saturday, May 17, 2025. The doors open at 3 o'clock p.m. The concert will start at 3:30 p.m. It's a free will donation. No tickets. Free will donation. If you don't got no donation, come anyway. Paterson, New Jersey, I want to see you in the place. I'm coming to the first ward with this. I'm coming to Councilman Michael Jackson ward. I'm coming to the first ward at New Generation Kingdom of Power Ministry, 170 North Main Street, Paterson, New Jersey, where the pastor is Pastor Thomas Purry. Special guest singer, one of the best female singers in the world, Ashley Motley of Paterson, New Jersey. And I'm going to have many more artists that's going to be at my birthday celebration. For more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. I also want to encourage everybody that's watching this YouTube, whatever you're watching this at, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. I'm going to say it again. My YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. God bless you and good night.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Joel Keys, Jr.
Yeah.
Joe Keys, Paterson, testing. Last week, Councilman Jackson explained the protocol regarding the payment of bills. He said, our form of government is equal power. The mayor has control over hiring employees who render the business contracts for services such as garbage pickup, recycling, and servicing the roads, to name a few. If those services are derelict, the mayor is to be held responsible. Councilman Jackson explained, quote, the council's ultimate authority and ultimate power lies in our ability to withhold payment and to pay bills, unquote. He asserted that they forfeit their power when they approve every bill they vote on. Councilman Jackson's following statement was the most enlightening revelation I have received since attending and participating in the council meetings. He said, quote, we have the ability to separate those items, not pay the non-essential items, and hold those items non-payment until the things we're asking for are done, unquote. It was the most enlightening revelation because council members Mims, Uden, and Mendez reinforced what Councilman Jackson said. The way each of them presented that information was the most enlightening revelation. They all put the onus on Councilman Jackson to propose separating the bills so that those suspect payments could be exposed and denied. Moreover, they have ridiculed Councilman Jackson for his diligence in this regard. Due to these actions, I have the following questions. Why is Councilman Jackson exclusively accountable for separating the payment of bills to expose corruption? If the answer is because he is the only one who is suspicious and complaining, then my next question is, why is he the only one suspicious and complaining? The public has been answering that question for months. Let me give you a hint as to what that answer is. It is the primary reason so many speakers have said that Councilman Jackson is the only council member doing something for the people. The rest of you aren't doing anything. That brings me to my next question. Why are you all surprised that so many members of the public find the charges of corruption tenable that Councilman Jackson makes against you? Why aren't the rest of you eager to separate payments of suspect bills? When you fail to do that and demonize Councilman Jackson because he does it, you all look suspicious. The public is more interested in seeing the council members address the corruption committed by this administration than they are with all of the other accomplishment you other council members so egotistically brag about.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Eddie Olivares.
Mims is gonna curse tonight. I'm cursing tonight.
Boy, that's a hard act to follow, my friend. What? Please? Can you please restart? I mean, there was something else. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's already done.
Thank you.
Mr. Olivares, step away from the microphone, please, until it's reset.
I just did.
The council president negating or saying no, that's unacceptable. Other people was there. He gave an extensive period of time. Mr. Olivares, the council's talking. Can you please step back? Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. Can you please reset the clock again?
Madam Clerk, you reset the clock. This is the second time.
I did, and then
He could stay there.
I reset it when he comes to the podium.
You reset it, and we all saw that you reset it.
I did.
And Councilman Jackson jumping.
Okay, I'll reset it again, Mr. Olivares, if you.
Thank you. You know, at the very beginning of this meeting, I heard Councilwoman Cotton said that we need God in these chambers. Ma'am, you're right. But all the prayers in the world will do nothing until we get people with integrity on that council. That's what we really need. Alex is celebrating our children, so did Councilman Wooden. And I say to you, if you really care about our children, give them a safe city. That's all I ask. Give them a safe city. Give them a safe environment where they can thrive. They don't have that. So let's not celebrate. It's too soon to celebrate. And I see all the celebration about the parks here in the city. And anybody that does not know the reality of this city would think that we have passed beyond the big problems. The crime. You would think with all the celebration with the parks that we have no problems with crime, that you already took care of that. With the prostitution, with the drugs, with the shootings, with all of that. It is too early to celebrate. We have a lot of problems here in the city of Paterson. We can't even clean it. Yes. Guys, this is basic cleaning a city. Anyway, everything that I am going to do from now on is coming out of this report that you all should read, all of you. And very briefly, I am going to read from this report, and I quote, "The mayor has the executive power, but the council serves as an independent critic. You're not supposed to be his ally. That doesn't mean enemies. You can work with him, but you are supposed to hold him accountable. That's what critic means. You're supposed to hold him accountable. That's where you guys have a problem." From the report, under the Faulkner Act, and all of these are quotes, under the Faulkner Act, Citizens have the opportunity to review policies which affect the government as a whole. What is important here is that this interaction takes place during the formulation of policy rather than when it is about to be adopted. So, this document calls for us to be involved in the formulation of the policy. Oh, 3 minutes is not nearly enough. Thank you.
Speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Sandra Miller.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm imploring all of you to please look into your heart and don't be taxing the seniors because you're going to put us on the street. I can't keep raising my tenants' rent because they on a fixed income. Okay, so I'm one step from close to being homeless, so I don't want to be homeless because of the taxes, okay? My second concern is that this new garbage company that the city gave us is full of mess. They don't empty the garbage cans, they half empty them, or they leave the garbage on the street. And then this also the problem with them tell you to call to pick up the bulk trash is a bunch of BS because you can't they tell you have to go online. You can't even get through to the system to tell them to come pick it up. Then when you call down to the city, the people get smart with you, telling you, well, you just have to go online. You can't go online because there's nowhere to put your information in. Okay, so I'm just asking you, you want to go up on taxes, but we're not getting no services, and so it makes no sense to just keep. And another thing, the police don't do what they're supposed to do because you go to any town outside of Paterson and nobody's panhandling. You can't even go a block around here without somebody asking for money, or you have to be in fear of who's gonna walk up on you. So I'm just, saying what it is. Please look in your heart and don't tax us.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Anthony Wheeler.
Again, no paper, no phone, all raw. I'm gonna start by going, I never know I'm becoming ma'am. Undivided attention. Citizens are here. And that's what y'all do a lot of back talking. Yo, I want attention, bro. I'm a citizen. You don't even have regard. Look at this. Who voted for him? Who voted for you? 100 people? That's how y'all getting in here. Ain't nobody getting over 2,000 votes.
I'm sorry. Just before you continue, the council members that we have here, they pay full attention to you. Sometimes they take note.
No, I want undivided attention. I'm a citizen. I'm sovereign.
I understand that. But listen, I understand that. But hear me out for a minute. With all due respect, it's hard for me to allow you just to talk. I mean, no. But just listen. They all pay attention to you. There's no need for this. Listen, we have full attention. Some of us are taking notes. So we're gonna reset the clock. And we want to hear you out. Spend you 3 minutes. But listen, respect both way. Respect both way. You hear that out, right? Go both way. Listen, that's my council colleague. That's my council colleague.
You at here.
No, I hear you. Listen, and I'm here.
You know what at here means? No.
So this respect both way. I cannot allow you to speak to my council colleague. They're not degrading you. Now, what we're gonna do, council member? Just a minute. I got a councilwoman.
Council President, when people come, first of all, we are sitting here as council people. We sit here, we have no issues. You can come to the mic. It's an open decorum.
But the way you talking to you, there's no need for that.
Council President, 1 second. We are not, let me say, we're not going to allow anyone from the public to disrespect us. There was an emergency going on, which you're not familiar with, and you're like, ma'am, turn around. You're not my father, and I'm not going to turn around. I have an emergency going on, and I'm going to address it. I'm going to address it. I'm going to address it. We hear you. You're at the microphone. We don't, but you're talking. Stop being disrespectful.
Thank you.
Stop it.
So now what we're
Point
gonna
of
do,
order,
now
Council
what
President.
we're gonna do, Madam
Point
Clerk,
of order.
we're gonna restart. It's not point of
Point
order.
of order,
You got your 3
Council
minutes.
President.
We're gonna listen to you respectfully.
Point of order. First of all,
We're gonna
we
listen
do-
to you
do not,
respectfully.
as council people, you do not have the authority to direct public.
Yes,
tell
we
them to
do. When
stop.
they
No,
disrespect
Councilman
us,
Jackson, you better stop
Jackson,
right
you
there.
are wrong.
Listen,
Stop
dictatorship.
antagonizing and
Council
inciting a
Cali.
riot.
Dictatorship.
Stop
Female.
inciting a riot.
This is not a
I am a female,
dictatorship.
he's a male.
Councilman
And
We should
Councilwoman
never-
Mims,
and as a man,
every black
you
person
should
that
be
comes to the
standing up.
podium
That
is not a
true.
threat. Every
I didn't
black
say
man
he was
that
a
comes to
threat.
the podium
He
and
just
raises his voice
disrespected me.
is not a threat.
Get yourself together.
All right.
Get
I am
yourself
together.
together.
So
You
let's
get
start.
yourself
Get
together.
yourself
So let's
together.
reset
I am
the clock.
together.
No, you're not
Every
together.
black man that
You're
comes to
not-
the podium is
I
not a
didn't say
threat.
that. He just disrespected me.
He did
Point
not
of order.
say you told him to shut up and stop.
So, sir,
No,
that's
he
being
just
disrespectful.
disrespected me, and you
Count-
ignored it.
Thank
Cut
you.
it out.
Thank you. Council,
Cut it out.
Sir, so we're going to
I'm
restart
never
the
gonna
clock,
let nobody,
and you have your
Council
3 minutes to
President,
address
he's
the
not gonna
council
disrespect
respectfully.
me, and you sit there
Thank
and allow
you.
it as a man. You need to be checked.
I need to be checked.
Yes,
You
you
need
need
to
to
be
be
has
checked.
the right
You
to
need to be
speak.
checked.
You need
He
to
is
be
a member
checked.
of the public.
They respect
He has
you,
the right
Council
to
Collins.
come
He
to the
just
podium
disrespected
and
me,
speak how
and
he
you're taking
pleases.
up for him.
What did he say
Check,
to you?
you need to be
What
checked,
did he say to you?
Councilman
What are you
Jackson.
so
You
unconfident
didn't hear
about?
him?
So
You didn't hear me
self-conscious
say-
about?
You didn't hear me say, ma'am, I'm talking. Turn around.
So
You don't
that's
know what's going-
disrespectful?
That's disrespectful.
That's disrespectful?
That's disrespectful.
All right.
And
So-
for you to
First of
say-
all, you work for the
Council-
public.
Okay.
Him coming to the
Point
podium
of order.
is not a
Point of order.
disrespect.
It's disrespectful.
It's not disrespectful.
It's disrespectful.
So we're in the middle of the
It's not
public portion.
disrespectful. He
Thank
has a
Councilwoman,
First
thank
Amendment
you.
right
We're in the middle of the
to
public
express
portion.
himself
Madam
how he
Clerk,
pleases.
Not
Councilman,
like
please.
that.
He has a First
Not
Amendment
like
right.
that.
However he
Not
wants to,
like
however
that.
he wants
Not
to present
like that.
himself,
No, he does
has
not.
the right.
No,
Yes,
he
he
doesn't.
does.
No,
Members
You
of
and
the
nobody
public.
else can take that from
No,
Madam
him.
he
Clerk,
doesn't.
okay.
No, he doesn't.
Let's
No, if he
restart.
wants to talk, we don't have to look at him.
Okay, let's
That's
restart.
right. We
don't
don't have
need
to
to
look
look
at
at him.
anybody.
Ca-
We don't have to look
But
at you.
Council President, Council President,
I got you. I got you.
Absolutely
just tried to-
horrible.
I'll get back to you. Council
No.
members, sir. So we got you got your 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Let's continue with the public portion. So, Madam Clerk, restart the clock. The gentleman has 3 minutes. We're gonna hear from him. Thank you. I'm sorry. Let's continue the public portion.
He said more than me.
Your mic is on.
What I'm doing, hold on.
Your
I'm
mic
giving
is
y'all raw
on.
politics. I'm showing y'all to exercise how you exercise the Constitution. What y'all saying, I really don't care for. Politics is for us to come up here in this mic and for y'all to execute what we saying. Not what y'all saying. When I speak upon budget, I ain't speaking upon paying the bill. I'm talking about them contracts that go out to them developers to get them projects that only benefit but like 100 people when you giving them hundreds and millions of dollars. Who you working for? That's what we want to know. So what we gonna do, we gonna start affordable commerce out here in Paterson. We gonna be the first city to lead for affordable commerce with us subsidizing essentials and stuff like that. And I want y'all to hear me. Don't use that, try to talk that of using my language and how I'm coming as a distraction. I got liberty. Let my liberty ring how it wants. Just like you got freedom, let my liberty be. That's all I'm showing you. Y'all so focused on trying to control behavior, you don't even control your own. You don't control your own, man. And you quick to say doctor. Doctor. That shit comes from East
Stop
19.
disrespecting
It comes
me.
from East
Stop
19. It comes
disrespecting
from
me.
East 19.
Stop
Point of order, Council President. Control the meeting.
Speak how I want.
Control the meeting, Council President.
Fuck I
Don't
want.
disrespect me.
Control the
Don't
meeting.
disrespect me.
Councilwoman.
Don't
Fuck I
disrespect
want.
me.
I speak
Don't
how the fuck
disrespect
I
me.
want.
Don't disrespect
I speak
me.
how the fuck
I
I want.
respect you, but you're not going to speak to me that way.
Council members.
Not to me,
What
Paul.
I'm
Point of
saying
order,
is this.
Council President,
You
point of
what I'm
order.
saying is this.
Yeah.
You're using a distraction.
Councilwoman.
Sir,
We got
sir.
starvation
You will
and
not.
Councilman,
eviction
let him
going
finish.
on.
You will
Listen,
not.
Let's finish.
We got
Let
eviction
him
going
finish.
on. We
Let
got
him finish.
starvation going on. subsidize essentials in Paterson. Get these local supermarkets to buy in. We got a housing crisis. Let's use our power and threaten confiscation to all multi-developments who don't want to buy into our system. Let's confiscate their shit so we can get Paterson citizens a chance. And how you get Paterson citizens a chance? And using a birth certificate. If they birth certificate don't say Paterson, New Jersey, you're not entitled to our programs. You're not entitled to nothing in this city. I'm not with none of that. Let's work for Paterson. How you work for Paterson is using that birth certificate that says Paterson, New Jersey. So let's institute affordable commerce. If you want to know how it works, you can work with me, talk to me, and get it done. Let's not use the distractions of how people liberty ring. Let's use the truth, how we starving and getting evicted out here.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President, before we go to the next speaker,
The next speaker is Saraya
Madam Clerk, I just want to address the council.
Let's finish that.
All right, go ahead.
Soraya, and I believe everyone's aware what I've been complaining about for the past 2 years.
Yes.
So I actually spoke to zoning right now, and my situation is my neighbor runs a 7 to 10 commercial van plumbing business from my 6-foot driveway in a one-family house in a residential area throughout the day. Then he parks his commercial vans in the driveway overnight. Zoning just confirmed parking commercial vans in driveway overnight is a zoning violation.
Madam, sir, she had to wait out there. She can't.
But because zoning does not work after 5, and zoning cannot confirm, zoning confirmed parking commercial vans in driveway overnight is a zoning violation, but because zoning does not work after 5, zoning cannot confirm my neighbor is parking commercial vans in driveway overnight, and zoning cannot accept my time and date stamp pictures as proof. Since zoning does not take time and date stamp pictures as proof, and zoning does not work after 5, please explain how zoning can enforce zoning violations. That's my question to anybody. So there's a zoning violation, but because zoning violation does not work after 5, yeah, but I do have a question to somebody, anybody, how I can resolve my situation.
This is for the question for the BA, Council President.
Who can I speak? Yeah, that's what they're
Okay,
not.
just council members. I'm sorry. So we're not going to interrupt you. So once you finish your 3 minutes, I know you've been here before.
My question was, I explained my situation. For 2 years, I've been complaining, and I spoke to Tiffany right now, who's not even paying attention, and she was laughing when she said that because they don't work after 5 and they don't take my pictures as proof, there's nothing that can be done about the zoning violation of my neighbor. He runs commercial plumbing business from a 6-foot driveway, 7 to 12 throughout the day, and then he parks them in the driveway at night. It's a zoning violation to park them at night, but zoning, because they don't work after 5, they can't prove, like they say that they can't prove that there's a zoning violation. To me, that doesn't make sense. So what can be done? I do have a question. I'm hoping somebody can answer. Is anyone listening to me?
Okay, so I understand that that's a court matter, and that matter is being in court at this time. That's the only information that I have. I know I don't want to interrupt your time. So after the 3 minutes, because I want to make sure that you come in every week. I want to make sure that you get the right response. So
because right now, I feel like even the courts, they're trying to shut me down.
Okay, the court, so I cannot interfere with it. After you came here, all I know, when I did my investigation, it was a court matter, and it was handled in court.
Okay,
Once it's handled in court, let me just finish. Once it's handled in court, so none of us can, we have to let the court ruling whether it's support or against. But I want to make sure that you get the information, because I want to make sure that the administration will get back to you as well.
But what I'm trying to say, there is a clear zoning violation.
But it's being in court. That's what I hear. That's what we both agree, that the court is a court matter. So that we got to wait for the judge. But you know what? Let's get you information. I really want to have a one-on-one conversation with you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Information yet again. For what?
Next
it's not
speaker
a court
is
matter.
Ms. Chanel Fields.
It's not a court matter. It's a court question. Why is he not getting ticketed after 5?
Before I begin, I would like to lift up, before my time starts,
before my time starts, Ms. Phyllis, before I begin, I would like to lift up Ms. Jackie Mary in prayer. And I ask that this council and our Paterson community do so as well. And I thank you in advance for this community. Over the past few months, I have observed that Ms. Mary has not been here for some time. I have not heard this council make any mention of her name at all. But the absence of her love, humility, and kindness has absolutely been missed. So, Ms. Mary, if you are watching, I know we as a city have not always made it easy for you, but we sincerely thank you for all that you have done to keep Paterson up to speed. Ms. Mary, you are thought of often. We love you, and we, the community, lift you up in prayer now. We send hugs and prayers of healing for you and a speedy recovery as we eagerly await your return. Can you start my time? Reasons why we must unite Paterson. The African American community needs each other more than ever. There is power in unity, and there is liberty and victory in healing. Paterson needs healing. Paterson needs honest and good leadership. For far too long, division in Paterson has slowed our progress. When we look around Paterson, we observe how weakened our community has become. I'm caused to wonder, has our strength in the community even become diluted, or can we regain our rightful position in the city of Paterson, or be lost as a black community altogether? Black community, I'm speaking to you tonight. Last week's council displayed something horrific that truly must be stopped. And we saw a little bit again tonight. I was asked by several residents and young black people to please speak on this tonight. And as promised, guys, I'm here. I have observed many other nationalities come into this chamber and be outraged and receive concessions that the black community never receives. I promise I'm not making this a black thing, but truly calling this level of disproportion towards the black community into a needed observation by our people. We can't keep ignoring mistreatment of our people. Our young black men have a hard enough job just being black. Many of us feel as though when we leave the house daily, we leave with an imaginary target on our back already. When we come into this council chamber, this should be one of the places where we ought to feel respected and not scrutinized for being black. When Allen Jefferson Jr. made his comments, assumptions were falsely made. But I was actually present in the midst of Mims and Jefferson in the hallway when the actual conversation took place. No one was met with violent or threatening language at any time. Then on last week, Anthony Wheeler came before this council, as he did tonight, very raw, very direct, and very passionate. Again, thereafter, immediately became suggested that we start getting tighter with security. We have to be mindful that not only are adults watching, but young boys and young men are watching. My very own 17-year-old son asked me, "Mom, does she want them to kill us because we're black?" One would ask, why does he feel like that? And I have 4 black sons. He was talking about you, Mims. I feel like blacks are targeting the black community, and it has to stop. We are only harming each other and poisoning the minds of those in observance when we create negative narratives like this that perpetuate fear in the hearts of our young boys in our community. And I know that many think that we come into this mic and all we do is fight, but we show up and we fuss, and sometimes we cuss because we care all the time. We might cuss sometime, but we care all the time. Imagine what could be possible if we chose to uplift each other rather than tear each other down. Imagine if we embrace one another with love, respect, and pride instead of shame, hatred, impartiality, jealousy, and competition.
Yes.
The truth is we need each other. We all need each other as a city more than ever. I'm almost done. I took the liberty of writing a few powerful reasons why the African American community and the community as a whole must come together now. Why now? because it's time to stop putting unnecessary effort into harming and embarrassing one another and start rising as one. There is strength in numbers. I'm almost done. Stop it.
No, I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. I'm not. You put a prayer in the beginning. We allow you. You stop the clock. I'm respectfully asking you. You have your 3 minutes. I'm respectfully asking you. Okay. And respectfully, I'm giving you additional time. Can you wrap it up? Thank you.
When it was him,
you.
When it was Aaron E. Rucker, you knew better.
No, I give you the
I'ma
time.
finish
Thank you.
my
Just
closing.
wrap it up.
When we are alone, we are vulnerable. But together, we're unstoppable. Unity multiplies. Unity multiplies. And our influence and impact socially and economically and politically multiplies. We owe it to ourselves to redefine the narrative. Just know we provide safer communities, not when we suggest tightening up security when black men speak, but when we protect, uplift, and look out for one another. We create safer environments for our children, our families, and our future leaders. We've been mislabeled and misrepresented for centuries. By standing together, we reclaim our story and how the world will see us. So let us come together, Council President. Stop being a puppet, and let's make Paterson better.
Wow. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. G. Greer. Did he leave?
Oh, G?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah, he's here. Bring it back home. At least he's a Yankee fan.
Good evening, everyone. How we doing tonight?
Good.
Great, Brother G.
Right, good.
United together.
Listen, man, I don't know what to say. But listen, I came here in good spirits, and I expect to leave in good spirits. Easter is upon us. Barbers Park is having a nice little mini Easter egg hunt. I want to thank everyone who donated so far. Still some items that we need, and hopefully that Cash App will be ringing. And tomorrow we can go get them. Councilwoman Mims, I believe, has some items for me. The councilwoman of the 4th Ward, she just showed up with some of everything. And I do believe she's donating bicycles as well. I want to thank former Councilman Al, who, and I told this to Al. I said, Al, you have never donated anything to me before, and he made it clear to me. He was like, G, I'm no longer 6th Ward councilman. I'm running for the 35th, and he expects to expand throughout the 35th district, and I was more than happy to receive his donations of 2 bicycles. So I'm asking the rest of you council folks and elected officials to match that. And I purchased the 2 bikes today. And remember, I never come up here and ask for anything for myself. Everything is for the children.
That's right.
I just saw a flyer from the good councilman over here that he's having a basket giveaway.
Oh, this one, yeah.
And I'm gonna call on that councilman to shoot some of those baskets to Barbers Park as well for the children that plays in Barbers Park. I attended a press conference this morning, and I was shocked that Luis Velez was not there, because he's usually at those press conferences. And there's a road that was paved by the church.
The great.
And from what I read in the paper, well, what I learned from the press conference is that was some emergency money that was given just to pave that road. Are you guys aware of this?
No.
Okay. And you know what? I'm always happy when I see roads get paved. But again, when I look at the lower end of Governor Street, a street that has never been paved before, and I'm constantly seeing roads getting paved, and this administration said that they did not want to see Jesus trip on that road, because you know they do that every year.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. I rode on the lower end of Governor Street, And I had to do this, and this. Mr. Mayor, Jesus does not walk on earth anymore, okay? He does not walk on earth anymore, and I'm hoping he's watching this, and I'm hoping the administration takes it back to him. When I saw that, it just took me back to like Sunday school, and I was like, so Jesus don't trip. How about Miss Lucy from Governor Street?
That's right.
How about Miss Mary from Summer Street? How about Miss Jane from wherever? I was a little taken back by that, and I didn't get a chance to really talk to him at the press conference, but I did mention to him that I know a lot of roads that's not getting paid.
Yeah.
And you know, he named a few roads that is getting paid, but when he said Jesus, so Jesus does not trip, that kind of like didn't sit well with me. Council President, I know my time is up, and I just want to say one other thing. I just see you just awarded a contract for downtown areas to be clean.
We didn't do that.
Oh, you didn't do that yet? But it's on your agenda, right?
Yeah.
I just want to make a suggestion to the company that gets it and companies that's moving forward. Get some of those jobs to some young people for the summertime, and let's clean it. And also, if the city can create some type of program for these young adults to clean the city streets and to clean the parks. And as I back away, there's a beautiful home that's built in Eastside Park. I don't know if anybody saw it yet.
I saw it.
It's beautiful. That lady got skills in there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's gonna stay there. Are you guys aware of that?
No.
Because she invited me inside, and I told her no, I wasn't going in there. But on that note, happy Easter. Everybody have a wonderful day. To my good friend Joel, acting business administrator, congratulations to you. Nah, serious. I watched this young man, you know, school board, you know, and I told him the first time I met him, I told him, I said, there's bigger things awaiting for you.
Thank you, Brother
Thank
G.
you.
Wait for my donation. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is A. Robertson.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is.
Oh, A. Robertson. Is this one?
She can get 5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand here before the clock starts. Only because really and truly, I want to commend you guys for wanting to serve this city. This is a tumultuous job. Somebody has to do it. But guys, you got to keep the harmony. Thank you very much.
Yes.
You know, it's tough. This is going to take a few minutes, so.
Put the microphone down.
Get close to the mic.
The microphone. Put the microphone down.
Yield some of my time to me, myself,
Please.
and I'm going to take some of Vera Ames' time that she got a couple of weeks ago.
Try to stick with it. You 3 minutes. We'll help you out. Let's work this out.
I'm gonna get
Let's work it out, please.
Really and truly.
Thank you.
This is an old agenda because I missed several council meetings only because of the scheduling of the meeting, but I'm going to proceed with it anyway. So the pushback not to pass the ordinance to penalize the homeless population was relevant. However, it continues to erode the community and it's massive. So I came up with some ideas, collaboration with municipalities and the shared responsibilities to take care of those impacted by homelessness, meet with officials from other townships, because you got to collaborate and find out who these individuals are, where they're from. Several weeks ago, on Mill Street, approaching Market Street, on a Saturday, I stopped a homeless person to offer some moral support and suggested shelter. And his response to me, this was his response, that he owned his own home in Wayne. And I asked him, I said, so why are you panhandling? His response was, I need to pay my bills. Now this person lives in Wayne, but he's on Mill Street, okay? Is there a way we can create emergency services through the county to help people with social determinants from each municipality? Like collaborate with other municipalities? Like if you approach me on Market Street in front of City Hall, what's your name, da-da-da-da-da, where you're from? So this type of collaboration. The other thing, the traffic, Lee's Place and Main Street, the crosswalk, those signal lights, they're not working. Recently, they put a sheriff officer on the corner at the hour of school closing. Oliver Street, the school safety traffic buildup, it impedes the traffic, the circle. I would ask that you guys are out there at 7 o'clock to see what it looks like, 3:15 dismissal time, to see what it looks like. Block the box. Ward and Main Street, Ward and Memorial Drive. It's hideous at the 3 o'clock hour, okay? And the fact that Smith Street was made a one-way to go out to Ward Street, so you either got to go right or left, and going right or left at the 3 o'clock hour, 3:15 hour, is hideous. The block the box is being blocked. There's no traffic for to issue tickets. Signage. Okay, give me a few more minutes. Okay, Market Street onto Main Street at the 3 o'clock hours, even sometimes in the morning. It's difficult for the transit bus to make the right turn onto Main Street because we got the taxi that is lacing the curb. Not fair to transit, okay? The same thing with Broadway onto Main Street with the construction that's going on the corner to try to make the right turn, because then you have cars that are parked at the corner. The scooters, the electric bikes, we need to do a registry. When these items are being sold, there's no accountability, okay? Who's going to be responsible now for when you're, at a red light? These scooters, you don't even know that they're coming. They scratch your car. They're not going to stop. They're going to keep going. So we have the onus of the responsibility for the impact that these scooters or electric bikes will have on, automobiles going down the road. The road repair, Curtis Place, Railroad Ave, the streets are in dire need of repair. The other thing, I heard just over the weekend, towing occurred in the 4th Ward because cars were parked on the corners, okay? Not there. We are allowing these construction sites to go up, and that impacts parking, impedes parking. Just recently, I spoke to Paul from Department of Public Works with 111, 121 Belmont Ave. I had to call the city in December. I had to call the county because the ADA curb walk was pooling with water. Then we had icy conditions. Come to find out that the county owned Belmont Ave, so they took care of that. Then on North 9th Street, we had the manhole cover that was separating from the manhole cover. I called Ben, he sent Sean out, manhole cover was replaced. I did this work in December, okay? Wait, hold up one more time. Oh, what we should consider. This has been about 2 months, and after this here, I won't be back down here. But anyway, we need to consider delayed traffic lights, especially at Ward and Memorial Drive, if we're not going to do anything about that traffic, and then also at Main and Ward, if we're not going to do anything about the traffic.
Thank you. Very valuable information. Very valuable. Very important. Thank you. If you have some of the information you're going to share, but that way, for you, Dean is the chairman of Public Works. If you could give some of that information or all of it to him, that way we could have that discussion at the next DPW committee meeting. All those items that are public work items, and we could have that discussion. Councilman Dean is outside. For you, Dean.
But then you know what I also did? Now, never passed that ordinance.
Sure, but you give it to the secretary, so.
Okay.
Yeah, then we can make copies.
The ordinance I did give Paul some pictures of someone dumping air conditioners. No, actually, they were releasing Freon. That's the Freon. I made a U-turn, and I got the license plate number. So I gave that to Paul. So if the ordinance ever passed for the rewards.
Thank you. Let's make him out of clerk. You're great. You're great.
The next speaker is Justice Reams.
She can make copy.
Hello, everyone. Y'all
Hello.
know my voice is loud, so I'm not angry, but it just comes out that way. Just like the perception of the gentleman. People say that to me all the time. It's your tone, but it's the way I speak. So I'm not going to change the way I speak because this is just me. So we have to start looking at things differently. We know we live in America, right? We're in America, and nothing's changed for us, okay? Everyone here in this room is African. If you don't know that, you don't know what happened then to our history. You don't know our history. Because we're all African, and we are the ones that they're after. But we need to fight for our community. We, black people, never fought for women's rights. We never fought for LGBT. We never fought for Asian. We fought for human. But we can't get anyone to stick with us. You come to this country, you hang your flag out, and you can be proud of that. But our flag, the red, white, the red, black, and green, our flag, we have to be afraid to hang out, right? Because we don't know the history. It's nobody's fault. It's the indoctrination of this country. It's what they do. And you all went to these schools, so you know you got certain books, The Color of Law. You know you got read certain books that other people don't know about. But to solve simple problems, right, a wheel has to turn. That means the employees, the citizens, the taxpayers, the consumers have to have a living wage paying job. It's not mathematical surgery. It's a job, and a good paying job. No matter what it is, it has to be a living wage to cover God's law. Food, shelter, clothing, healthcare, and education. And now the damn internet, if you want to say everybody's on AI or social media. But everybody can't afford that. And then, like they said too, I'm not mad with anybody from whatever island. I want us all to come together and fight together. But we got things going on in countries like Palestine, right? We got things going on there. If you come together with the black community, now we more powerful, right? This is what we have to do, because we're not just fighting the city and its corruptness, we're fighting America. So the time has come that we stand together and we really put our foot down. My other thing is, Menendez, you got my phone call the other day about the people putting the trash outside, and it's been out there for 3 weeks. The garbage people are not gonna take it. They're not gonna take that wood and stuff. And I'm sick of running down the street for people boxes. I knock on doors, okay? They weren't home, but I left a message. The city needs to print up the rules about trash, music, and you need to visit your wards every single quarter and pass it out. Because we can't continue to live like this, because we're gonna start fighting each other. The other thing is, your zoning committee, that makes me question who's doing the hiring around here. If the zoning committee didn't know them apartment buildings with one way in and one way out was gonna be a problem, who would know that? The streets are already crowded. How could you just have one way in and one way out? If it's a fire and everybody trying to get out, what's gonna happen? So it's simple stuff like that that we're not doing. If you're gonna hire people to clean up these streets, why don't you do a work program for the youth, right? Let's start doing some things that make a difference. And guess what else? The taxes in May. My people, what I'm saying is we put our taxes in some kind of escrow or something, because we need a forensic audit, all right? Because we don't trust these people no damn more. How you got 4 positions? It's only 24 hours in a damn day. Come on now. Stop it. That's when you know you've been bought and paid for it, because you took the positions and you could have declined them. You could have said, no, I'm not going to have the opportunity to focus. So it's not about the position. It's not about the change. It's about the money. Power to the people.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Adrian Lester.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good evening.
I was here last month, and I brought to the attention an issue at Phillips Academy Charter School. And at first, you know, it kind of was received well that I would get a little bit of assistance, because a number of representatives for the council, you council folks, you know, met me to the side. And, you know, that was a nice warm regard, but, you know, in the by and by, it didn't work out that way. So once I made my presentation, the charter school CEO, you know, apparently reviewed that and didn't like that and retaliated, and he put my daughter out of the school. The Lord and the law put her back in the school, and yeah. And I have been receiving a lot of help from Mr. Michael Jackson. So I want to say thank you for being an advocate for my child in the midst of the storm. And Mr. Jackson was very concerned about this child being barred from the school, about her parents being barred from the ground, standing behind bars, standing behind the gates. He was very concerned about the arrow bent for my child. Now, I did reach out to a number of the council, you know, members here. I didn't reach out to Ms. Cotton. I didn't reach out to Mr. Khalik. I didn't reach out to Mr. Omar or Mr. Uden. Everybody else I did reach out to, and they vehemently ignored me. I'm appalled. I am appalled about that, because in front of the public eye, there was a routine that, you know, you would assist with the matter. And it's not assisting me, it would be advocating for a child. And I reached out to you, Mr. Mendez, a number of times, and you ignored me a number of times. I reached out to Dr. Means. She did make a quick phone call. There was some empowerment words of encouragement. But when we're talking about children, when you look to the Honorable Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, when he says injustice anywhere is a threat to injustice everywhere, you would think that when you hear about a child being barred from entering the school, that council members would step up, okay? And I don't expect any special treatment because of the color of my skin, because I know the backside of that when I'm dealing with people that look like me. So I'm not looking for anything special for me. I was looking for an advocate for my child, and I didn't get that, and I just wanted to bring that to the public, because there were many members from this community that have, you know, rallied with me, and in the essence of trying to get this person removed. So, Mr. Council President, I want to express my dismay, because I reached out to you a number of times, and you have a rapport with this school in particular. Dr. Means was there, you know, for Women's History. There's some kind of rapport. I spoke to, well, I didn't speak to Ms. Davila. She sent a text, and it was a text of opposition, and that is not who I am. I'm an advocate for my child. I'm a person who stands up for what is right. So with the text that she sent me was crazy, and I did have to tell her I'm going to stay on guard, because when we're talking about a child, no adult should have a bent arrow attacking a child. And the only member up here that cared about that little child was Councilman Michael Jackson. So I want to say to you, thank you. I thank you for rolling up your sleeves. And I'm not a council person, I'm an educator. But if I was, and a parent came here with a concern like I had, and the concern seemed to be exacerbating, and you spent your time to look into it, you spent your time to reach out for that child, I'm that kind of person. Being council members is not about going places, taking nice pictures, smiling, making sure your teeth are white. It's about interacting with your community. So when a parent comes to you and they say they need you to advocate for their child, it is not a time to sit down and turn a blind eye and say, well, I rub elbows with that person, I get along with that person, because the only person courageous enough, brave enough, was Councilman Michael Jackson. And that is a concern. So I am apologizing to the ones that I didn't reach out to, Ms. Cotton and Mr. Omar. I'm not trying to, you know, make you guys look bad, but for the people that I did contact, you owe it to the citizens of Paterson, if they reach out to you about a matter concerning their child, that a CEO has a bent arrow and he's attacking a child, you owe it to stand up. It doesn't hurt to make a call. It doesn't hurt to visit the school. You've been there. You've taken pictures. It doesn't hurt to stand guard. Thank you again, Mr. Jackson. I appreciate you. I celebrate you, because you don't walk on the curb. You walk on the sidewalk. And I hope that you continue to do that, because you're sitting around people, they are walking the curbs, and they are rubbing elbows with other people, and they really don't care about certain agendas. So I wish and I hope God continues to be with you, because being in the midst of a storm like that where people are divided, it's definitely a fight. But thank you Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. The Speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joseph Hart. Mr. Joseph Hart, is he here? Next speaker is Ms. Frances Harrison.
Phyllis.
Good evening, everyone.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
Velez is still in my thunder. Start me over.
No, just, clock is on. I mean, just, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. It's really disheartening to come up here and listen to the same complaints of the citizens of this city. So I don't have to go over and enumerate all the concerns that we have of not getting the service that we're paying for. It is really, really sad. And just sitting here and listening and watching the council meetings online, it's the same complaints. The lack of empathy, concern, consideration for the people to come before us. And we talk about being disrespectful. I'm going to talk about those who do come up here and are disrespectful. Freedom of speech does not allow you to get up in front and curse and holler and scream at people. That's right. If you're an adult, have your thoughts together. That's right. Come up and say what you want to say. That's right. But these people are not whipping boards. That's right. And there's a lot of information for you to digest from this city to understand what really is going on. It's not about what you think, what you feel, who said so and so and what said that. You need to educate yourself. And there's a decorum about meetings, that you come to a meeting and you have your say, but you don't have to be disrespectful. Okay. I'm up here as the president of the Eastside Neighborhood Association 2.0, and up here to talk about the stairs that are going to be repaired in the park at Eastside. We are happy that those stairs are going to be repaired, but there's a lot of issues in that park that we've asked for over the years that have not been addressed. Okay. The barnyard that's in that park, it's been refurbished as a historical spot for more than 15 years. It would have been an ideal place for satellite police. It would have helped keep the park safe, clean, and some services done. Still not even a conversation among this council. And I understand that our mayor is about parks, 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 but you're doing parks for the homeless. To do what? Dealing with the homeless. Here we understand that a grant was given for the Health and Human Services to go out and do outreach. There's many boots on the ground organizations out there that are doing this work, but we understand that that grant is being kept inside at Health and Human Services to someone who is already getting a paycheck from the city. So there's a lot of stuff in this city that they need to address. We're happy about the steps, but you guys, we're just not getting our bang for the buck. There is too much hanging fruit in this city to help the taxpayers. And increasing our taxes again is shameful.
Thank you. The Speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Daniel Mejia.
Hello. Hello, community. Hello. How are you? Again, my name is Daniel Mejia, and I am the CEO of Silk City One. What is the community waiting for? At the end of the day, I've talked on topics that concerns the public and the people and the council elects. For example, on Ward Street and Ellison, you would have on high traffic times, officers stand there to give tickets to people who don't see the sign on the far right side. And other issues within the city that I've addressed within the Silk City One Facebook page. At the end of the day, who in the community would step forward to take the position of the person that's elected right now? What's the definition of insanity? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Keith Watson.
Good evening, everyone. My taxes and taxes.
Come on, Ty.
And I wasn't even going to come down here, but when I watched Vela's status and I saw him with tax increase and then export.
Speak of the mic.
Oh,
Get close to the mic, Keith.
tax increase, and he put a big X on it. And my phone has been ringing left to right, up and down, because I have a large community that depend on me to make right choices, to bring them someone who's going to help them and not hurt them. You know, but when I look at my tax, and I was just getting happy the other day, my hazard insurance went down. And I had the opportunity to raise the rent on 2 of my tenants. So I was, okay. My wife also got a raise. But then, looking at my taxes, and it says $500 increase. Now, that takes away everything. So, me getting happy about my hazard insurance going down, I had the opportunity to raise the rent, and my wife got a raise, but all of that was wiped away. Now, my phone has been ringing with all the people who I have to call them up and rally them up, engage them and mobilize them to go to vote for somebody who I believe in. But then, what do I tell them now when election times come around? Let me leave that alone. But I gotta say this. A vote for Kenyatta Stewart is not a vote against a Democrat. A vote for Al Abdeliz is not a vote against black. Now, we gotta be very prudent when we make our choices. There is a vote for special interests, and there's vote for your interests. Kenyatta Stewart is my black cousin, and I believe he's a strong Democrat who mean the city well, and I believe that all the other candidates mean the city well, mean the county well. But please, weigh your option. Weigh your option when you go to the poll to vote. I'm black and I'm proud.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Brian Russo. Brian Russo.
Hello, thanks for this opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Russo. I used to work for an insurance company where I saw firsthand the amount of waste and emissions from transportation. Working for that insurance company, I also saw firsthand how the emissions was affecting the profit margin that the insurance companies were making. In fact, emissions from transportation, emissions from other things as well, are affecting the cost of living for everything. So as the temperatures warm, we're seeing more and more climate destruction occur. We're seeing it occur, causing more damage to property. We're seeing 100-year storms happening once a year. It's occurring more regularly. Insurance companies are less profitable now. Rates are going up. People were concerned about the cost of gas. While vehicle maintenance is going up, insurance is going up, everything is going up. The emissions from these businesses is causing pollution to our air, pollution to our water, slowing photosynthesis, causing health effects. So the public is paying, we're paying subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. The public is paying to deal with the cleanups of their mess. The public is dealing with the health consequences from their emissions. As our resources become scarce, the cost of everything is going up. All right, so here we are in Paterson. So I'm talking to you guys because I'm giving you guys an opportunity to show us who you stand with. Because legislation has been introduced in several states against the fossil fuel industry for their known deception against the public for emissions. Internal documents show that the fossil fuel industry knew the impact of burning fossil fuels since the 50s, but invested in decades-long campaign to spread misinformation, lobby our politicians to spread misinformation, and prevent transitioning to renewable energy and decarbonization. So there's legislation in several states against the fossil fuel industry for this deception. It's called the New Jersey Climate Superfund Act. Has been introduced in New Jersey, but there's also other states that are doing it as well. Now, the idea is to put a cost on carbon, to charge the industries, most of the big oil companies that were aware of the impact of burning fossil fuels for the emissions that they're emitting into the environment for damaging our habitat. Because the climate crisis is a healthcare crisis. The climate crisis is an insurance crisis. Everything is going up. And right now, the federal government would like to roll back protections on our water. They want to bring back PFAS. They think PFAS is okay. They think lead is okay. They want to say that methane is good. They want to increase logging. They want to take our natural resources and sell it to the biggest bidder at the expense of the taxpayers. Now, while the fossil fuel industry is making record profits, we're all struggling. We're paying with it with our lives. We're paying with it with our health care. So I have a one-page summary of the Climate Superfund Act, and what I'm asking for is pretty much demonstrative. Are you guys going to stand with the people of Paterson and stand with the working class people, or are you going to stand with the fascist government and the oligarchs? So I'm going to email you, Mr. Council President, on the Climate Superfund Act, and I'm going to ask that you guys read it and consider what's being said in the Climate Superfund Act. And I'm going to come back next month, if that's okay, and I'm going to ask for you guys to vote on it. Because the idea is basically, rather than the fossil fuel industry continue to contaminate our environment, they should be paying for the damages. The money will go to directly affect those that are affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Kimmy Freeman.
It's good to hear from the environmentalists. I'm sorry, I work for PSC&G, so I guess I'm part of the problem. Really? Oh well, I worked and paid for it, and I took care of my family. I'm agreeing with this lady over here that we definitely need a forensic audit. I said this a couple of years ago, and I made a joke and said, you know what, Elon Musk needs to come to Paterson, because it doesn't seem like you know how to manage money, or do what we're supposed to do. And send, years ago we sending back HUD money, $5 million. We got to stop this, all right? Because when you're asking me, as a property taxpayer, and I already hit a couple of you guys up already, I'm already paying $14,000. I did the math here. I want to thank Dr. Seco, because if you're adding up this 5.6, the 2% sewer tax, and then the 4% tax on the Board of Ed, you're talking about 11.6. So I did my math wrong. Yeah, I did my math wrong. I thought it was $20,000, but it was over $30,000. All right? I live on East 40th Street. I have 2 lots. All right? Now, we need more ratables. You cannot, Joey was right, you cannot have 22,000 people paying the taxes for 200,000 people. That is not right. That is not good math for me. All right? And you know what? I heard something last meeting, because I didn't come. Well, my back's really bothering me because I'm going through something. You guys said, oh, we need to raise more revenue. Let's get more inspectors to do street cleaning and all this kind of stuff. Now, Liz Francis, I don't agree with her all the time, but she knows where we live. All right? They said last meeting, not quote, oh, we need 100 more violations. So that means we need 100 more victims to pay that $56 ticket. Right? Now, I tell them a lot of stuff, right? But somebody wrote me a bogus ticket, street cleaning, right in front of Mr. Nelson's house. I've lived in that community for 35 years. I've never, ever parked in front of anybody's house, much less than Mr. Nelson. I have a driveway, and I have a handicap parking in front of my house. So the street cleaning guy, he don't like me. And we had words one time, whatever, like that, because what he does, you know, I have a neighbor, he's handicapped. I'm yelling and say, look, the guy can't come downstairs. We argued back and forth. The lady next door to me, she's Jamaican, she cussed him out. Because you know what? We're on a fixed income. I'm retired. Most of the people live on my block, Mr. Nelson and other people, PSE&G, people that work there.
What's that?
They're in school. I worked at school. Next door, the gardeners, Mr. Nelson, across the street. Everybody in that block's retired. I'm retired. All right? Now, I've come before to talk about, you guys told my U-Haul. And then he says, oh, let's tow all the commercial vehicles. So I took about 50 pictures of all the commercial vehicles parked all around my house, but I had to look far across the street from my house. And I like you, Alex, and I need your help. Commercial vehicle every single day. And his van has not been touched. That's not fair. If I did something wrong, I'll pay the ticket. But you towing my U-Haul on New Year's Eve, and I had to pay $650 to get it out, and I had appliances in there, because I'm remodeling my house and doing all kind of stuff, right? That's not right. I can't afford $600. I can't afford, I'm already paying $14,500. I'm gonna be paying about between $20,000 and $25,000, which comes out to an extra $300 a month. So I don't know what y'all know. I'm gonna have to go back out and start gypsy cabinet. And I told Mills I'm gonna have to go out of town to start driving because they're not gonna give me no job here, Mims. I thank you very, very much. You work for the Board of Ed. They're not gonna give me a job here because guess what? Unlike lean on me when I say, go to PTA meeting and say, you know what? The Board of Education is full of crap. The principals are full of crap because what you're doing to these kids is criminalizing them. And I worked at School 6. I worked at all the rights passing program, everything. Oh, one thing before I leave. Mr. Mayor, I want to do the Cub Scouts. All right? I was Scout, I did it at St. Luke's. I did it at the YMCA. All right? Cub Scouts taught me how to shoot, man. Besides my uncles, Cub Scouts is a good program. That's a proactive program rather than us. Freddie Douglas said it first.
Thank you, brother.
He said it's easier to mold a boy, than it is to repair a man, and that's what we're doing. All we're doing is repairing. And much we can repair, we gotta save the kids. Like what Mims is doing, I did that 30 years ago.
Thank you, brother.
All right?
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Seeing no, move to close by Councilwoman Mims and moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to speak for very long because we still got quite a few items that we need to get through with our agenda. But I just want to say that they was talking about the tax increase and which is not going to be for now. You know, I hear people. The guy said something about God. I said, now, did anybody hear Clarence? 27 years of being drug-free. Did you hear him? Did you thought that God didn't help him get through that? That he did it on his, that he didn't have family member, God helped him to get to be clean for so somebody to say that, and because I said, when I brought the lady to say the prayer, we need more than God. How dare you say that? Like, for you to say, God is not important. God is what? I'm trying to understand what he meant. But you know, I just want to answer some of the other questions that were said, and I'm going to try to be real quick. My daughter's a softball coach for Kennedy High School. First black female varsity. The school been in effect since 1965. I go to her game yesterday at Commons Field, and you got more parents from the other school than the people from Paterson. That's awful. That you got more parents from Passaic County Tech than you have from the city of Paterson. And I always said, we must support our children. I don't have to need a child to be on a team to support. Our community, our children need us to support them, regardless of what they play. Basketball, softball, even if they're in a club. You know, they have a nice club for young girls now at International High School. But our community and our kids need to see us support each other. And when my daughter said to them, well, that's the snack lady right there, meaning me, because I always make sure she got snacks in her room. And for them kids to come in there, because when you play, my kids play sports, I made sure that the whole team ate. I made sure that everybody had something, because that's just how I was raised. But we must bring them in, support our children all the time, and we must do stuff like that. And you know, I gotta say that sometimes, you know, I don't want to talk about our employees, and we shouldn't. And we have been in touch with our deputy clerk, our madam clerk. But a private person, you're not going to stand here and talk about madam clerk. Correct. You're not going to talk about what her, you just can't, because she doesn't want that. But we have been in contact. I think all of us has. So we have done that. But what I find is that sometimes, you know, you don't really have to say everything that you do, or you know, like I said, people really don't know. I have my aide, Jamie Bland. She goes to these schools all the time to help parents. How you have a parent, how you have a child sending you a picture with a gun? That's dangerous. That is dangerous. And your child, you're worried, everybody's worried. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. And you gotta say, when people really don't know, when they listen to people at the mic, we'll go home tonight and somebody could be waiting for me in my driveway. Because they don't know what's going on, they just hear the conversation. They really don't understand, like what's happening. And, you know, sometimes I find that people are private, they don't want to. I'm not gonna talk about you in public. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna tell everything. And I understand, and we're looking out for seniors, and we're looking out for everybody, and our phone is constantly ringing. And I can sit up here, and my two ladies over there, my deputy clerk and my secretary, know that when I sit up here in this office, people come upstairs, and they don't care who they see. They wanna see a council person. They don't care who it is. So when they expect you to see you, and you have to talk with them, but there's so much stuff that's going on. We have a lot more things that we need to get done. And I just want to share, you know, what I find is that I don't know what's going on in your mind, in your home. I don't know if you feel good, if you don't feel good. But sometimes words hurt real bad. They hurt real bad, especially when you don't know who they are. When you don't know who people are, you don't know what, you don't know. And it's just, but I just say, let's continue. And you said, let's support our kids, let's support our community. I will support everything. And I want to say that we are doing a Easter egg hunt at Barber Park on October 19. I hope to get at least about 4 more bikes, and we got 2 coming. Maybe we might.
You said October, April.
April 19th, we might have about 10 bikes, Roger. That'll be like, besides the other stuff. So there's a lot of activities going on. This Easter egg hunt all throughout the entire city. I know at Jeanette Thompson Park they're having one. I know they're having one at Eastside Park. I know that they're, you know, having one. But, you know, let's support our community. Let's support our children. Let's support, there's so many different organizations out here that we can all support and help and do with, and like Elvis Durham, he's always talking about the businesses in Center City Mall, like all the time. But be careful what you say, because you don't know who's watching, and you don't know what they're gonna do. You know, I think about because I wanted to get a voter registration list, and they were talking about they still haven't been able to do it yet, but they haven't been able to figure out how they're gonna suppress this list that it doesn't include judges and prosecutors and police officers, because they know people are coming for them, because they're going by what somebody's saying, like they hear somebody talking about that. But I just want to say, Madam Clerk, thank you. I got more to say, but I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
But you know what? I'm going to get you tonight. Let me tell you that right now.
Go ahead.
Because we're not finished with you. I can tell you that now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
I'm sorry.
So if I address every
you can't. I know.
constituent that came before us today, I would be here a long time. But I am going to make a statement. There are many times that people stand on that side and say things, and they're not true. So there's always your version, I'm going to put myself as my version, then the truth. But the truth is in a message. If someone calls me and wants me to assist them with something, and I do some research, and I am told to be very careful because there is a process, they're in litigation or whatever the case may be, and it is not within our jurisdiction. Specific to Ms. Adrian, who addressed every council member that she approached. She did call various times. Unfortunately, I could not answer. She sent me a message. I have it right here. I was not disrespectful nor condescending. I said, I'm sorry you're going through this. And I was very specific in saying, because there is a process and it's in litigation, I cannot assist. I said, I referred her to the entity, right? Because if you're talking about a principal in an academy, you come before someone, before us as a council, to talk about an entity that has nothing to do with the Paterson Board of Education, okay? And within that, there is a board that you would go to and a superintendent. In this case, I directed her to who I should direct her to the commission within the state that handles academies. I did nothing wrong by doing that. I was not disrespectful. But to come here and address the council and make it seem like, we don't want to help, it's really, it just makes me sad. It really does. There are times that you may not like things that we say, or I'll speak for myself, maybe something that I've said, or maybe the approach, and I look and I say, you know what, I apologize, I didn't mean it that way, But constantly to come here and just get bashed by individuals making statements that aren't true is just truly disheartening. And so I've taken a different stance, and I said I want to be the change that I want to see. So I'm not going to allow anyone to take me out of my character. I get it that there are people that are upset, but when I hear the lies, when I hear about, the tax increases, I see messages, I see emails. There is no tax increases. My God, yes, we are doing nothing like we didn't do last year. There is a proposed budget. There has to be an introduction. It is by state statute. So what is this that the people are talking about increases? The conversation is specific to last year. By state statute, you must not adopt. In the adoption is when you see the increase. And I can tell you right now, as the chair of finance, I have to do my fiduciary responsibility. I can't say that I don't read an MOU and that we don't get transitional aid and I'm just going to say what I'm going to say just so the people can believe that I'm standing with you. I'm standing with you all the time, but I have a responsibility. So stop it with the tax increases. There is no tax increases. There will be a tax increase. increase, okay? There will be a tax increase when there's an adoption to a budget. There is no adoption to a budget right now, so please let us know.
Sorry.
Is there other increases that are coming up the way? Is there school board? Is there county? Absolutely. But I'm going to keep it right now to the city of Paterson. What was discussed in workshop was to have a discussion about an introduced budget, which we have to do. Okay, now, it was pulled off the agenda. We're not discussing that anymore. But I had to say that because we had various individuals come before us, put out there that this council is in support of a tax increase, and that is not the case. Anyone that knows that as by the MOU, we have to have a tax levy no less than 2%. Lastly, and I'll say this. Anyone can come there, and Ms. Harrison, I just want you to, I really, today, you said something that really touched me. It is so true. Everyone has freedom of speech. You have the right to speak, but you don't have the right to disrespect me. And if you think that I'm going to sit here and allow you to disrespect me and I'm going to hear it, I'm not. So I am going to turn around. I am going to walk away, because that's the best thing. My mom said, if you have nothing good to say, keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. And I know that we are elected by the people, so we're here to listen. But I'm not here, or my colleagues, and we have to stand as a body. We're a body. We shouldn't allow no one, because today it's Mims, tomorrow it's me, the next day it's Cotton, then it'll be Jackson, and it'll continue on. We are a body of one. We are elected by the people. Every ward gets to elect their ward representative. There's 3 at large with the entire city, and guess what? Council at large, if you got 2,000 votes, you ain't getting in. We all got at least 5,000 votes to get in. So with that said, all I'm going to say is this, because it's just when I hear the yelling, when I hear what's going on, I sat back today and I just closed my eyes and I just prayed, and I said, God, we need Jesus. We need to really look at ourselves when we're talking, and we should be the change. We should be the change that we want to see, and it starts at home. So with that said, the other comments about the clerk, our deputy clerk knows. We ask, but we don't have to come here and make conversation. When somebody is out on leave, they're out on leave. By law, you're not supposed to even address the person. You're not supposed to call them up. Personnel deals with them. You can't even ask, when are they coming back? What is their situation? Is it health? Is it not? We're not supposed to do that. And this body, hires the clerk. That's the only employee of the entire city that this council hires. And we can't even call her to say, when are you coming back? We wish her well through our deputy clerk. You've been holding down the fort, and I really thank you for that, because I know that within that, it's also very difficult on you and the staff, which we know is also you have very little staff. And elections are coming, and we know when elections are coming, because that's when the attacks come the most. But with that said, it's okay, because you know what? I always think about David and Goliath. And I'm going to leave it at that. So I want to thank every person that comes here. I want to wish everyone a happy Easter, Resurrection Day. It is not about the eggs, and it is not about the candy. It is about someone that God done sent here, died for us, and was resurrected, and he lives in all of us. Okay, so I want to thank everyone, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Udine, Councilman Omar, Barbara Park, G. Greer, thank you. I know Valerie Freeman's doing a big one as well. Everyone that is doing something for our children, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will be working with Councilman of the 6th Ward as our Assemblyman now, Assemblyman Abdulaziz, has made it a point that he will continue his legacy, but now he has to do it throughout 6 municipalities. So we're going to be holding down the fort in the 6th Ward. So thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes to close the public portion, and sorry for the long wind.
No problem. Councilman Jackson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I was going to pause until the end, but I don't think it's required. It's not a matter of whether or not it's proper protocol, but as people, as human beings, when you have people who you work with every day who takes care of your every needs, who is often disrespected, may feel unappreciated. When that person goes out on a medical leave or any type of leave, I don't know which rules he's referring to, but I've definitely reached out to the clerk. I don't have any restrictions. I've reached out to her multiple times to find out, how she's doing, just to check on her and wish her well. So I don't know what, I guess I'm just different. People insinuate many things. Oh, don't put me on a group text with everybody. But yet, 7 members of the council will show up at a ribbon cutting. We can't be on the text with everybody because it's quorum, breaking the Sunshine Act law. If you're not talking about business pertinent to the city, you're not breaking any law. But it's often the misleading gestures that go on all the time. And, more misleading of the public. And it speaks directly to people who hold positions that don't know what their roles are. And that's why I'm glad that Mr. Olivares and, of course, Brother Joe Keys has been consistent with talking about the charter. Last week, and he says this often, Councilman Mendez said, if an item isn't approved by Corporation Council, it will not go on an agenda. That's not how a form of government works. You can read the entire charter. Not one part of the charter says Corporation Council must draft or must approve or must anything. Yes, he signs off on a document that he has vetted, and he gives sufficient legal reason, not giving an opinion that has no legal bearing. Oh, that item has no legal merit. That's not a legal opinion. It's not based on a statute or a law. That's just more condescending rhetoric to keep things in line. And then for the council president to say that lets you know that basically he works for the mayor. The mayor hires the corporation council. Corporation council then tells him, no, that doesn't get the agenda, and he abides by the mayor's wishes by doing so. So you got to watch how things happen, right? And Brother Greer, the proof is in the pudding. You just got to look at the circumstances. If he's never donated to you in the past, and now he's donating to you because he's on a ballot somewhere, doesn't that make sense right there? Like, listen, I'm a first ward council person. I get calls from all over the place. I don't even know where that lady lives. Matter of fact, she lives in Clifton. Her husband lives in Paterson with the daughter, someplace, I believe, in the 4th Ward. She got an issue. I'm going to go and do whatever I can do. That's possible. But if this dude has never donated to your cause or a cause outside of his group of people or and now he's never shown up to black functions, all of a sudden he's at every single function. He's never come in the community. In fact, when Brookslope was fighting for it, he was adamant no, wasn't trying to hear anything, no, I'm not doing it. But now he needs the black vote, and he's dancing around the way the mayor has danced around for the last 13 years. So, Brother Keith, if you want to tell me that a vote for Al is not against the black community, Batman says otherwise. He's listening, and he will be listening. So for me, Kenyatta Stewart is definitely the person that, as our community, he has supported every single community, not just the black community. He's been front and center. He didn't walk out of the room when Najee's family was here. He didn't walk out of the room when Felix de Jesus' family was consistently here. He came here, he gave and supported every single candidacy, and he's being turned over. Why? Because he is not willing to lay down. Now, we know Al, he has a bed where he permanently lays down. He shows up late because he was laying down and leaves early because he has to lay down more. If you think voting for him is going to be a vote for our community, you are sadly mistaken. And for me, Orlando Cruz will be a much more suitable selection. But Kenyatta should be your first choice. In many cases, possibly your only choice. He is the person, when you call him, he's going to answer the question. He's not going to say, well, you know, got relationships, I can't quite do that. If you call him, he's going to respond. And what else do you want? See, people come and campaign, just like Eddie Gonzalez. Eddie Gonzalez has been a very, very long-time friend. His cousin and I have a very long relationship together, where we've actually been in physical confrontations, where I've supported his family constantly. I still love the brother, but guess what? It doesn't remove me from saying that he's completely wrong for what he's been doing on the school board. But see, other people who hold these positions, they won't say that, they won't do that. So we can't do that because our community is getting abused. So, Brother Greer, hey, take those 2 bikes, be happy, because if he loses this election, you may never see him again. You won't see him in the 4th. He asked me, and listen, I love Al. We joke around. He asked me to walk in the First Ward with him. I told him absolutely. What's that?
Nah, I just don't want you to make this political.
This is political.
No, let me just say, in Al's defense, Al has always reached out to me, has always offered me stuff. Maybe it was me. I never followed up with the brother. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you want to retract your statement and say he's donated to you in the past, then that's fine. But
No. My statement holds. All I'm saying, Mike.
That's G. Greer. He gets respect.
I don't want you to use this donation as Easter and you know, beat up on the man. He has always answered the phone for me.
No problem, G.
When
Listen,
I called her, and I don't want to be in the middle of it.
One thing the truth does, the truth shall set you free. And if he's never donated to you in the past and he's donated to you now, listen, more power to him. If he's going to utilize what he's doing to manipulate the black community, he's going to come through to that Easter egg hunt, say, yo, Al, he gave up these bikes. Yo, man, listen, I'm not hating on him. I'm just giving, this is political, and it has a political impact on our community. I'm proud of what he's managed to accomplish. I just look at things differently. I walk with integrity all the time, not just part of the time. And to say that he's been supportive of our community, he has not been. That's just the facts. So, you know, take those 2 bikes and, you know, let him hand it out. But anyway, back to Keith. Keith, you over here complaining about taxes. You're the aide to the council president, who has done nothing but laid down for the administration. Now, if we're going to complain about taxes, then the council to say, we don't have anything to do with that. Then to say, introduce budget that promotes a tax increase. No, there's no tax increase. Yes, that tax increase is going to be inevitable. It's inevitable. Now, Kenny Freeman, I have a disagreement, brother, very quickly. So when you ride down the West Side Highway, and I know because you're a professional driver, you do a lot of driving. You ride down the West Side Highway, if you look over to the left going downtown, all those Trump Towers, buildings that are there, right? It's probably about 12, 15 of them. They're all owned by one person. There's one taxpayer. He may have 12 or 15 different LLCs set up. But on the books, it might be 10 taxpayers, it might be 1. But in there's thousands of people that live there, thousands. So to say that 24 taxpayers, because it's 25 tax parcels, it's not taxpayers, 25,000 tax parcels, meaning that the towers, there's one taxpayer, and there's 1,500, 2,000 people that live there. So it is very well so possible. We can't have everybody rebutting. They're gonna you can't. We can talk about it offline.
Whether it's partial or not, we're going by the dollars. And I'm paying more than my share. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Okay.
They break their own.
So what you're not okay. So what you're not understanding is those large buildings, those large buildings are not paying equivalent to what you're paying. They're paying for the number of residents that they have in their building. So it is possible to have a tax base of 25. In fact, Mr. CFO, what's the levy, the tax levy? 225? Just real quick, just right 200.
Just people.
Municipal levy?
Yeah.
172. So,
Council members, I mean, we're in the process. We're in the process of closing the public portion. Members of the public, please.
It's my time. Very quickly, Brother Freeman, $172 million. That's our levy. 2%. 2%. $3.4 million. Divided by 25,000. $137 per taxpayer. That's it. Now, don't get me wrong, per taxpayer. Listen. See, for the year, divide that by 4. That's $34 a quarter. You not listen. You had listen, brother. No disrespect, but I'm trying to explain so that the general public can understand this. It's $35 a quarter. It is much different than what's trying to be promoted. Council members are saying we got no control over it. Is a mandatory 2% minimum increase. Because we're taking $32 million. If you wasn't misappropriating and spending the taxes, your tax bill won't go up $500 to $1,000. Because the 2% equivalents to $34 a quarter, $137 a year. So if your taxes went up beyond that, there's other factors involved. And yes, there's other factors that's outside of the control of the administration, there's schools, there's counties, but just for a point of clarity, these large tax increases are not because of the 2% increase. And I'm going to just say this last piece. First of all, let me say this to the public. And Brother Joe Keys, I'm glad you stayed, brother, because of the many years that we've known each other and we've had a great deal of respect for each other, I'm sure you can attest. I've never called you. I've never asked you to come down here. In fact, when I first saw you down here as a mentor, mentor of mine, person who I had a great deal of respect for, I said, whoa, glad to see you here. And you started coming more and more. You started taking it upon yourself. I've never had any conversation. People are trying to project it as I'm having people come down here to speak on my behalf. I never met the brother Ant. He came on my Facebook page, said a few things. I tried to correct him. He didn't want to, he had his own perspective. He came to the podium with his own perspective. This woman that came here about her child, I didn't ask her to come down here. I don't have to pay somebody to buy flowers for me. She said I helped her. Do I talk over anybody else? See, Darlene Morris said it best. When you throw a stick in a crowd of dogs, the one that yelp is the one that got hit. And people come down here and say, of all the council people here, nobody has ever come to the podium to come for my head like that. Nobody has ever come to the podium. I take that back. Mr. Eddie Olivares did. And now he works side by side with me because there's not one person that I won't have a conversation with. There's not one. And the proof is in the pudding. If people are coming down here, I went, had a meeting with that principal. There's nothing offline. So what? They got their own school board. This council had the vote for that charter school to do business in our community. This council took a vote for that charter school to come here and operate in our community. This council has the ability to make sure we hold entities accountable that do business in our community. And if you don't have enough courage and you're not courageous enough to go out and defend and advocate for people, then when they call upon you, then why are you here? Why are you here? And lastly, every black man that comes to the microphone that doesn't sing you praises is not the enemy of the state. He's not a danger to society. And just as, you know, Chanel so eloquently put it, black men got it enough. Mr. Allen did not threaten anybody, and for it to be projected that way is a disservice, not just to him and his family, but the entire black community. Wow. 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 See, listen, they can't even hold decorum. You talk about decorum. Do I ever do that when anybody else is speaking? No, that's childish right there. That's childish. But yet, on social media, my mother is so happy I got out of here safely and my life was in danger. This brother comes to the podium, and now all of a sudden every person that comes through metal detector has to be hand patted down, and they come with weapons. But when it's a black person that comes here, and then the saddest part is black on black crime. And not one time did he ever say anything that was threatening or attacking. He said his constitutional right. He spoke about his constitutional right of freedom of speech. And this is how he's treated. The lawsuit that we should be worried about is the fact that your wife just got a pay increase of $10,000 with somebody else who was a more qualified candidate for the job, but yet But in the health department,
Council President,
in the health department,
Council President,
in the health
Council
department,
President,
under the current sitting BA,
you're the Council President,
who's the director of Health
I'm
and
not
Human
mad what he's
Services,
saying. I'm not mad at what he's
gave
saying.
his wife
I'm blessed
a
that
new
my wife
job
is more prepared than this
with
idiot that's sitting
$10,000
here.
pay increase. But we talking about he didn't include that in his letter to the Attorney General, that his wife was getting
My friend, you know what I included?
pay
You know what I
increase.
included in Attorney General? I wish Abba could come here and arrest you for dealing all the stuff that you deal. What about that?
Dealing
what?
what?
About that?
Dealing what?
What about that, my friend?
Dealing what?
You want to go personal? I go
Dealing
personal.
what? Dealing what?
I
Say
go
it.
personal.
Say it. Say it. Get personal.
You know what?
Go ahead. Say
You
it.
know what? For the first time in my life, for the first time in my life, seek the Lord, brother.
We are on a roll call. Come on.
Please, council members, please.
I got kids at home.
But negate the fact that his wife just got a new position.
Yeah.
Went from keyboard and clerk 1, making $35,000, got a new position with a $10,000 pay increase. Doesn't speak English.
Wow.
Bro, bro.
I mean,
Council
Councilman
President,
Jackson,
or you
please.
stop him or I
Please,
stop him.
Councilman
Or
Jackson,
you
please.
stop him or I stop him.
Why you have the need
If
to,
you
why
don't stop
have the
him, I
need to
stop him. I don't have no
denigrate
problem.
your council
Who can
colleagues'
I respect my
Who
wife
stop
all
him?
the way. I stop him if I
him?
have to stop him.
Why
Who
you
can
have
stop
the
him?
need?
I
why-
stop him if
why
I
you
have to
the
stop
need
him.
To denigrate your council
If you
colleagues'
don't
wife?
stop him, I stop him.
It's not degrading. It's
All right?
facts.
All right?
Why you
degrading.
have a need?
It's not
Councilmember
degrading.
But my brother,
Council-
I'm not
listen,
going personal on
Listen,
him.
when a
So
I'm not
president-
going personal on him. Why he had to pull my wife in his mouth?
Point of order.
Bro,
Point of order. Why is the need?
Why you don't get out of here? You are the bullshitter, brother.
Council members.
Listen, my brother,
Councilman Jackson,
I'm not
you finish,
afraid.
you call
I'm
the
holding
vote to
my
continue the
fucking
business.
gun for you and for
can't
this
finish.
guy
He's
over here.
talking. I can't
All right?
finish.
Yes, I don't have no problem.
Now, officer.
Joe Rock,
Officer.
Joe Rock, don't do that. Go ahead, do it.
Council members. Council members.
Come on over here. Come on over here.
Council President, that was wrong.
Let's take 5 minutes. Rafael, let's take 5 minutes break.
Come on over here.
And you have
He's starting. You're starting all that. Let's
That's
take
so
5 minutes
wrong.
break, Rafael. Cut it out. It's a shame.
That's
It's
wrong.
a shame.
That's wrong.
It's a shame.